Chapter 744. The terrifying space-time turbulence appeared once again, and the entire void turned into a huge blood-colored whirlpool that devoured everything around it. Madame Kong and her two sons, as well as Tanjin and the other Radiant Light sect martial practitioners, were all trapped within. This time, even the chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Zuan, had been swept into it. The pitiful Luo Zuan had always hoped to return to the world beyond worlds and find this dimensional space, which had originally been a wound of the sky. In the end, he was rejected at the door. Now that he had finally entered, he was faced with a space-time turbulence that was even more violent than before. Luo Zuan and the others, as well as Madame Kong, gazed at Yin Zhaoge as they struggled. Your cultivation is the lowest. In this kind of space-time turbulence, it won't be easy for us. You'll die even faster. They swore in their hearts. However, carefully looking at Yin Zhaoge's surroundings, everyone's hearts all turned cold, sinking to the very bottom. The blood-red vortex before him appeared to be inverted. Yin Zhaoge was directly at the bottom of the vortex, yet the space there was completely calm. Not only that, but the void there was also glowing. The expressions on the faces of Luo Zuan, Madame Kong, and Tanjin all changed greatly. They could tell that the radiance was not the flickering of some sort of light source, but was instead caused by the distortion and compression of the power of dimensions. The space at the bottom of the vortex, where Yin Zhaoge was actually gradually regaining the original appearance of the wound of the sky. If one was outside of the blood-colored vortex, one would see that space and time were completely distorted. At the place where the blood-colored vortex was connected, a path of light was slowly forming. It was the original wound of the sky. Meanwhile, in the phoenix-bearing region of the world beyond world's royal reed sea, radiance flickered where the wound of the sky had originally been. A spatial crevice that resembled a scar in the sky reappeared. Those of the Radiant Light sect, as well as Madame Kong and her son, all felt a mouthful of blood surge to their hearts, yet were so stifled that they could not spit it out. The bottom of the blood-colored vortex was indeed calm, but from where they were, there was an incomparably terrifying storm blocking their way. There was a slim chance of survival if one tried to cross it. Yin Zhaoge unfurled the paper fan once more, protecting himself, Feng Yinsheng, Ahu Xiao Ai, and Pan Pan. The paper fan from Jianmu, which he had already used before, still had some power left in it. However, at this moment, it was trembling slightly. In the face of the boundless power of the world, it felt as if it could not bear the burden. It wouldn't be long before the paper fan reached its limit. Still, it was already sufficient for Yin Zhaoge's group to return to the world beyond worlds. Yin Zhaoge's expression was relaxed, as he even had the leisure to wave towards Madame Kong, Luo Yuan, and the others. Everyone, the race begins now. This Yin will take his leave first. The world before Madame Kong and those of the Radiant Light sect darkened, nearly causing them to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, they could not be bothered with hating Yin Zhaoge now. Instead, they had to make the best use of their time to think of a way to save themselves. It wouldn't be long before the blood-colored vortex completely collapsed. At that time, an extremely terrifying annihilation would occur. Those whose cultivation bases had not reached the Immortal Bridge Martial Saint realm would be hard-pressed to survive. Even an expert at the peak of the Seeing Divinity stage like Luo Zuan would not be able to do so, even with the complete Sun-Moon wheels in hand. This was because he was unable to completely wield the full power of a high-grade sacred artifact, as he had yet to reach the Immortal Bridge stage. In the end, the golden wheels of Sun and Moon would be severely damaged, and he, the owner, would die. Not to mention the fact that the Sun Wheel and the Moon Wheel were missing. As for the others, there was no need to mention them. While the blood-colored vortex before them was already incomparably terrifying, there was only a single path that Luo Zuan and the others could take. Before the blood-colored vortex completely collapsed, they had to charge through it. As long as they could reach the wound of the sky, they would have a path of survival. If they charged through the blood-colored vortex, they would most likely die. If they did not, they would definitely die when the blood-colored vortex collapsed. Luo Xuan roared, wielding the sun wheel. Glorious sunlight flickered, sweeping along Tianjin and the others as they transformed into a streak of golden light, shooting towards the center of the blood-colored vortex on their own accord. Madame Kong similarly wielded sword light that resembled a long river of time, bringing along Kong Jinyuan and Kong Maosheng as they shot towards the blood-colored vortex. While her cultivation base was inferior to Luo Xuan's, and she did not have a high-grade sacred artifact like the Sun-Moon Wheels to protect her, having alleviated the illusory domain with the time-flowing sword earlier, she had gained some advantage over the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners. Now, she had a chance as well. Even so, being situated amidst the violent, chaotic flows of space, they had still narrowly escaped death. Even Madame Kong, who was usually composed and possessed a tough will, could not help but feel regret at this moment. She regretted why she had attacked the wound of the sky back then. She had originally wanted to find a chance to kill Yin Zhaoga. In the end, she had been careless and ended up in such a state. It was just that it was already useless to think about this now. The most pressing matter at hand was to think of a way out of this alive. She was not alone here. Kong Jinyuan and Kong Maosheng were currently with her as well. If she could not charge out, the two of them would die as well. Yin Zhaoga and the Northern Ocean clone passed through the wound of the sky together, rapidly ascending and traversing space as they returned to the world beyond worlds. Just as they were about to leave the wound of the sky, Yin Zhaoga looked over and saw that blood-colored vortex rapidly collapsing, entering complete destruction. Amidst the distortion of space, a passageway that resembled a pipe was formed where it was connected to the wound of the sky. Beneath the surges of the chaotic flows of space, not only was it hard for Luo Xuan and Madame Kong to work together to pass through, it had instead become a situation where only a single side could pass through. There was only a single instant of opportunity, fleeting. If they hesitated in the slightest, it was likely that one side would survive while the other would perish. The faces of Luo Xuan and Madame Kong simultaneously changed greatly as they scrambled to rush towards that final door which was about to close. Madame Kong wielded the turbid heavenly mirror armor to resist the impact of the chaotic flows of space as she unleashed the sword intent of her time, flowing sword to the maximum. Her sword light resembling a long river as it virtually pierced through the blood-red vortex. The boundless profundities of the jade, clear lineage's aeon-light heavenly scripture, one of the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures, were displayed to the greatest extent under this unique environment. Madame Kong, without a high-grade sacred artifact in hand and with a weaker cultivation base, was even half a step faster than Luo Xuan. Luo Xuan's expression was as cold as ice, illuminated by immeasurable light. A great golden sun mightily smashed down towards Madame Kang's back. The turbid mirror armor, already unable to bear the burden, directly shattered. Madame Kang's body paused, her body almost torn apart by the chaotic flows of space and time in the blood-colored vortex, her movements instantly slowing. Luo Xuan took the opportunity to increase his speed, rushing towards the gap in the sky wound. Madame Kong could not be bothered with rage or panic, as she could only sprint towards the gap with all her might. Behind them, the blood-colored vortex began to vanish. Who could be a step faster? Before Yin Zhaoga could see the outcome, he had already passed through the wound of the sky, being flung out by it. The sky before him was clear as stars shone in the sky overhead. This was precisely a scene unique to the world beyond worlds. Yin Zhaoga had yet to stabilize his footing as the spatial crevice behind him that flickered with radiance distorted. Many powerful auras arose in the heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds before him. There were shockingly many peak experts currently in a standoff in the surrounding heavens and earth. At this moment, their attention was involuntarily drawn over by the abnormalities in the wound of the sky. To be continued. Chapter 745. Feeling those powerful auras, Yin Zhaoga understood what was going on. It was not just Luo Xuan, Tanjin, and the other Radiant Light sect martial practitioners. Madame Kang's trio and Yin Zhaoge, had all been missing for a long time as well. The experts of the various clans that knew of their general whereabouts gathered in the Phoenix-bearing region to search for them. The wound in the sky had transformed into an illusory domain, and even the spatial rift entrance had vanished into nothingness. The experts of the various powers that had come to assist didn't know what was going on and were fearful of each other, so they fell into a deadlock in the area of the Phoenix-bearing region, and none of them dared to act rashly. Now that the wound in the sky was gradually recovering, everyone's attention was immediately drawn over. Focusing his senses, Yin Zhaoge discovered that there were two strongest auras, both of which were sword chi. One was majestic and vast like the sea. One had no beginning and no end, deducing the profundities of time. Without question, of the two immortal bridge martial saints, one was Pavilion Lord Guhong of the North Sea Sword Pavilion. The other was a figure of the Shunling 10 Swords. Gu Zhang had previously been surrounded and injured by the experts of the various sections. It was still uncertain if he had recovered now. The one who had come was most likely another immortal bridge martial saint of Shun Lingzi's lineage besides Kong Ping and Gu Zhang, He Dongsheng. In addition to Gu Hong and He Dongsheng, there were also the auras of other martial arts experts nearby. Amongst them were people of the Radiant Light sect, as well as other martial practitioners of the Grand Qian dynasty. Seeing Yin Zhaoge emerge, Gu Hong and the others were first taken aback. Before this, they did not understand the situation in the wound of the sky. They had all come to search for someone. Seeing Gu Hong, Yin Zhaoge was rather taken aback as well. Still, thinking about it, he could more or less guess what was going on. Gu Hong had most likely come at the request of the Radiant Light sect. While the matter of Nong Yuxuan stealing credit for the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder formation back then had caused the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Radiant Light sect to be very unhappy. Their relationship was not like that of the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect, who were mortal enemies at the end of the day. Yin Zhaoge did not know what price the Radiant Light sect had paid to ease their relationship with the North Sea Sword Pavilion, but it would probably not have been easy. With Nong Yuxuan already dead, it was within reason for the North Sea Sword Pavilion to accept the Radiant Light sect's apology. While the Grand Qian dynasty had ceased all activities now, everything depended on the Southeastern Exalt's decision. Before this, no one knew what the outcome would be. Perhaps there would be a time when everyone joined forces to resist the enemy. If the lips were gone, the teeth would be cold. The Radiant sect had the intention to ease the tension, and the North Sea Sword Pavilion would also lend a hand. Yin Zhaoge. Seeing Yin Zhaoge appear, the mood of the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners instantly turned terrible. Sadly, in terms of relationship, the North Sea Sword Pavilion was instead closer to Yin Zhaoge. The water-like sword light that was like a long river quickly filled the sky and pounced in the direction of the wound of the sky. Gu Hong's sword intent that resembled the vast ocean immediately shot over to protect Yin Zhaoge, obstructing him. Little friend Yin. Gu Hong gazed inquiringly at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge spread his palms apart. Luo Zan, Tanjin, and the others are within the wound of the sky. Still, the chaotic flows of space are currently fierce within. Whether or not they can emerge will depend on their own abilities. Other than that, the Grand Qian dynasty has people within as well. Gu Hong was shocked. He looked at the wound of the sky and saw that it was shaking violently. The next moment, a figure shot out from within, looking battered and exhausted. It was the chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Ziyuan. Even with Luo Ziyuan's experience, he too felt like he had just survived a tribulation, as he felt incomparably fearful. The expert of the Grand Qian dynasty who had led the group here seemed old, yet his eyes were bright and youthful as he resembled a youth. He was a descendant of Shun Lingzi's lineage, an early immortal bridge martial saint. Seeing that Yin Zhaoge and Luo Ziyuan had both emerged from the wound of the sky, yet Madame Kong and her sons were still nowhere to be seen, he could not help but feel greatly anxious. As the sword light was unleashed, an all-encompassing rain of light descended. Where the raindrops passed, space itself was corroded. As Gu Hong let out a long howl, he pushed his cultivation to the limit. The dense sword chi transformed into a boundless, limitless ocean that hung above the horizon, waves surging to the heavens as they resisted the other party. Seeing that Yin Zhaoge and Luo Ziyuan had already safely extricated themselves from the wound of the sky, Gu Hong did not continue battling as he instead led them in retreat. While Luo Ziyuan had broken free from the wound of the sky, he was completely exhausted. Even with the sun-moon wheels in hand, it was still insufficient for him to participate in a battle between immortal bridge martial saints. The Grand Xian dynasty had numerous experts. If more reinforcements came, they would inevitably be exhausted. Also, seeing Luo Ziyuan glaring at Yin Zhaoge with a look of resentment on his face, Gu Hong felt a bit of a headache as well. Yin Zhaoge was not concerned about this as he smilingly glanced at Luo Ziyuan before turning to look at the wound of the sky once more. He Dongxing was similarly concerned about the wound of the sky. Seeing Yin Zhaoge, Gu Hong, and the others retreat, he instead heaved a sigh of relief as he hurriedly shot towards that spatial crevice. The spatial crevice that flickered with radiance distorted intensely, light flickering strangely. Feeling the changes in space within, He Dongqing's expression changed slightly. He could feel that the interior of the wound of the sky did not just lead to a certain lower world, as it was also connected to another independent spatial domain. Meanwhile, that spatial domain had now completely collapsed, its terrifying might causing even He Dongsheng of the Immortal Bridge Martial Saint stage to feel fear. What worried him even more was that if Madame Kong and her sons were within that spatial domain, even if he charged into the wound of the sky now, it would already be too late for him to save them. That spatial domain would already have been destroyed. He Dongxing was just about to exert his final effort when he saw a sword light that was bright to the extreme shoot out from within the wound of the sky. Looking at that sword light, Luo Ziyuan had a shocked look on his face. Yin Zhaoge was rather taken aback as well. With his understanding of that blood-red vortex, it would collapse very soon. Of Luo Ziyuan and Madame Kang's forces, only one should have been able to escape in time. Still, seeing that sword light that was bright to the extreme, Yin Zhaoge seemed to be deep in thought. The sword light of the time, flowing sword that he had obtained from the Aeon Light, heavenly scripture, was long and lasting. The higher one cultivated in it, the more indifferent the sword light would instead be, resembling the traceless flow of time. Being bright and dazzling as it was now was actually an extremely abnormal phenomenon, resembling a shooting star, the splendor of an instant. Led by Gu Hong, they did not linger for long as they sped off into the distance. The Grand Xian dynasty seemed to have been obstructed by something as He Dongsheng and the others did not pursue them. After leaving the Phoenix-bearing region, Gu Hong looked at Yin Zhaoge and Luo Ziyuan. What happened just now? Speaking of which, Chief Luo was caught in the crossfire. Yin Zhaoge said casually, "This Yin had some matters to attend to in coming to this wound of the sky. I did not know beforehand that the Radiant Light sect's Elder Tan and those of the Grand Xian dynasty would be here. With both sides wanting to kill this Yin naturally could not just sit there and wait for death. Therefore, I made use of the wound of the sky to compete with you all." Yin Zhaoge looked at Luo Ziyuan. "Only after seeing Chief Luo and the others did I understand why your sect's Elder Tan and the others had come here." He smiled. "Of course, I won't deny it. If I had known earlier, I would have been very happy to block your path back to the world beyond worlds. Therefore, there wouldn't have been much of a difference in the end." Chapter 746. Yin Zhaoge's casual words caused the faces of Luo Ziyuan, Tan Jin, and the others to turn even darker. The experts of the Radiant Light sect resembled numerous active volcanoes that were about to erupt. The pavilion master of the North Sea Sword Pavilion, Gu Hong, also smiled bitterly to himself. It looked like the enmity between the two sides had deepened. Many things must have happened earlier. Perhaps they were related to the dim, radiant mausoleum of legend? The Dim Darkness sect, having nearly been exterminated by the star-plucking practitioner, seemed to be related to this as well. Gu Hong's thought spun, but he was not in the mood to mediate between the two sides, as he only said mildly, Will little friend Yin have the time to visit our grinding hut region as a guest? As soon as his words left his mouth, Luo Ziyuan and the others understood that Gu Hong still wished to protect Yin Zhaoge at the end of the day. The people of the Radiant Light sect felt helpless. First, not mentioning that it was Gu Hong who had come to the Phoenix-bearing region to help them. In terms of strength alone, Luo Ziyuan, who was completely exhausted and had even lost the moon wheel of the sun-moon wheels, did not have the confidence to stand against Gu Hong. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Pavilion Lord Gu is polite. It is this Yin who has disturbed you. Luo Ziyuan's face darkened as he took his leave of Gu Hong, no longer looking at Yin Zhaoge. At this moment, he was afraid that if he took another look at Yin Zhaoge, he would no longer be able to control his urge to make a move. Looking at Luo Ziyuan's departing figure, Gu Hong sighed. After returning this time, he probably won't be able to recuperate for too long. After recovering some of his vitality, he will lead the Radiant Light sect in attacking the Dim Darkness sect. While the Radiant Light sect trip to the Dim Radiant Mausoleum this time had ended in a pathetic state, as compared to the Dim Darkness sect, which had been trampled upon by the star-plucking practitioner Wan Lied, their situation was undoubtedly much better. Within a short period of time, it would be hard for the Dim Darkness sect to climb back up from the depths of the abyss. Their longtime enemy, the Radiant Light sect, would definitely not let go of such a good chance. After the Dim Radiant sect had split apart, the conflict between light and darkness, which had been entangled for many years, seemed to finally be coming to an end. For this kind of thing, Gu Hong couldn't interfere and help either side. Yin Zhaoge thought that this might not be the case. Just like everyone knew, if the Dim Darkness sect wanted to recover its vitality, a very long time would be required even without any interference. In truth, of the four great powers of the Royal Reed Sea apart from the Grand Xian dynasty previously, the North Sea Sword Pavilion, the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect, and Copperman Island, the Dim Darkness sect had already fallen from their thrones after this tribulation, temporarily losing the right to be mentioned alongside the other three powers. If the Radiant Light sect left the Dim Darkness sect alone, the Dim Darkness sect would need a very long time to recover from this. At the very least, Chief Zhou Haoxing had to recover from his injuries. Still, Zhou Haoxing had been injured by the star-plucking practitioner, and it was all thanks to the Southeastern Exalt's disciple, Lin Hanhua, that he was still alive. It was still unknown whether Zhou Haoxing would be able to recover and regain the cultivation and strength he had when he was at his peak. Under such circumstances, while the two sides were longtime enemies, it was not urgent for the Radiant Light sect to deal with the Dim Darkness sect. This was especially so when there seemed to be an existence that the Radiant Light sect currently hated even more. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. He felt that after Luo Ziyuan, Tan Jin, and the others had returned to the Radiant Light sect this time and recovered their vitality, they would first have to deal with him in Broad Creed Mountain. Moreover, the Dim Radiant Wheel was in his possession. With the assistance of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage and the North Sea Sword Pavilion, if the Radiant Light sect felt that it would be hard for them to make a move, their target would most likely be Broad Creed Mountain of the Eight Extremities world. Still, as long as his Grand Master Yuan Zhengfeng could return to the Eight Extremities world in time, with him and Yin Di joining forces, even if the Radiant Light sect went all out, they might still not be able to do much. After all, if they wanted to descend, their cultivation bases would be suppressed to below the fourth level of the Martial Saint realm. As Yin Zhaoge pondered, he returned to the northern grinding hut region of the Royal Reed Sea with Gu Hongxian. Residing in the North Sea Sword Pavilion, Yin Zhaoge also gathered information on the current happenings in the Royal Reed Sea through the people in the surroundings. Besides the Radiant Light sect, Yin Zhaoge paid particular attention to the Grand Xian dynasty's movements. If he did not guess wrongly, after having broken free from the blood-red vortex that day, Madame Kong might have perished. That bright sword light that was completely at odds with the sword intent of the time, flowing sword resembled the final radiance of the setting sun, resembling the final bloom of a person's life. At the end of the day, inquiring from others could not be compared to having his own capable subordinates gather the information. Yin Zhaoge could only wait patiently. Just like in the Eight Extremities world, I have to establish my own intelligence-gathering channel in the world beyond worlds as soon as possible, Yin Zhaoge thought. Yin Zhaoge placed great importance on information and intelligence reports. As Yin Zhaoge saw it, most people in this world were as intelligent as demons, taking everything into account. Most schemes that seemed perfect were based on the disparity in information between the two sides. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge had always been rather concerned about this. It had been so in the Eight Extremities world, and it was the same in the world beyond worlds as well. As the days gradually passed, news came that the Radiant Light sect seemed to be restless as Luo Ziyuan and the others gradually recovered their vitality. Still, now an even more attention-grabbing piece of news arrived. The current #1 expert of the Grand Xian dynasty, Kong Ping of the Shunling 10 Swords, had returned to the Royal Reed Sea. Earlier, Kong Ping had accompanied the Southeastern Exalt's disciple Chun Zhiliang to Golden Court Mountain to meet the Southeastern Exalt, explaining the situation to him. This matter was of great importance as it could directly determine the future direction of the Royal Reed Sea. Now that the Grand Xian dynasty had ceased all activities in the North Sea Sword Pavilion, the Radiant Light sect and the other sects were also doing their own things. They were actually all awaiting the Southeastern Exalt's decision. Now that Kong Ping and Chun Zhiliang, who had been away for many days, had returned to the Royal Reed Sea together, there would be a conclusion to this matter. If the Southeastern Exalt was enraged and did not allow the people of the Grand Xian dynasty to remain in the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory, the core experts of the entire Grand Xian dynasty, the direct descendants of King Xianwen, Shun Lingzi, and Daoist Shi, however unwilling they were, would only be able to abandon their 100 years of foundation and leave the Royal Reed Sea with their tails between their legs. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the heavens of the entire Royal Reed Sea would completely change. For a time, all those who had received the news paid close attention as they awaited the final, accurate news. Yin Zhaoge, who was still a guest at the North Sea Sword Pavilion, instead received another piece of news. This was an invitation. It came from the head disciple of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage who was currently presiding over the Royal Reed Sea, the Shadow Mountain Sword King Lin Hanhua. When Yin Zhaoge saw Lin Hanhua once more, he was still like an unsheathed sword that was unsheathed in all its glory. Only when he met Yin Zhaoge did the sharpness surrounding his body vanish as he appraised Yin Zhaoge with a rather miraculous gaze, as if he was getting to know him all over again. Being able to wield the Blood Devil Ritual and the Illusory Devil Ritual so proficiently is truly inconceivable. You clearly do not cultivate in devilish martial arts. Lin Hanhua shook his head slightly. It can't be that you cultivate in a martial art like the spatial heavenly scripture, right? While your strength far surpasses those of the same generation, being able to cause such a great change in the wound of the sky is no ordinary thing. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm as he answered candidly. It is indeed the Blood Devil Ritual and the Illusory Devil Ritual. I obtained them through a fortuitous encounter during my travels. In my youth, I was fond of all sorts of miscellaneous arts, having often been scolded by my seniors for not focusing on proper pursuits. I have made a fool of myself in front of you. Lin Hanhua nodded, not pursuing the matter any further, as he instead said something that would shake the entire Royal Reed Sea. Master has permitted Kong Ping and the others to continue staying in the Royal Reed Sea. Chapter 747. The Southeastern Exalt had allowed Kong Ping and the others to remain in the Royal Reed Sea. In other words, the Southeastern Exalt had tacitly allowed Kong Ping and the others to establish the heaven-bearing Effecate formation. Yin Zhaoge did not know if there was some higher level of communication involved or even an exchange of benefits. He only needed to know that the Grand Xian dynasty would still be able to stand stably in the Royal Reed Sea. The Grand Xian dynasty was indisputably the #1 in the Royal Reed Sea in terms of overall strength and number of experts. With the external pressure gone, they would have nothing to fear as they would still be able to reign supreme over the Royal Reed Sea. Instead, it was the anti-Xin coalition who had suffered a great loss in strength during their trip to the dim, radiant mausoleum. Their coming days would probably not be easy. Still, hearing Lin Hanhua's words, Yin Zhaoge did not feel much pressure. The other party, having specially informed him in private beforehand, meant that the Southeastern Exalt side was still looking out for him. The Southeastern Exalt had tacitly allowed Kong Ping and the others to establish the heaven-bearing Fek formation, not pursuing the matter. Yin Zhaoge, who had exposed this earlier, was now in a rather awkward situation. Having failed to chase the Grand Qian dynasty out of the Royal Reed Sea, having stabilized their footing once more, they would naturally return to exact revenge. As compared to the anti-Qian powers like the North Sea Sword Pavilion, the Radiant Light Sect, the Dim Darkness Sect, and Copperman Island, they definitely hated Yin Zhaoge more. After all, the Grand Qian dynasty had held the upper hand in the Great Battle back then. In the end, however, they had nearly been overturned by Yin Zhaoge. They would definitely bear this grudge. Madame Kong and her son had attempted to plot against Yin Zhaoge in the Wound of the Sky because of this. They had already dared to take the risk even before news of Golden Court Mountain had returned. Even less needed to be said now. If Yin Zhaoge could foresee such an obvious thing, Lin Hanhua, Chun Zhiliang, and the others would naturally be able to do so as well. Master did not forget this little fella in the distant Royal Reed Sea who might be the target of vengeance. Lin Hanhua looked at Yin Zhaoge. That's true. Perhaps he has tacitly agreed to the matter of the heaven-bearing Fek formation for some reason. Still, knowing the situation and weighing the decision is completely different from being kept in the dark. Moreover, Yin Zhaoge had also contributed to the capture of the Southern Exalt's disciple Wang Hui. He asked, "Does little friend Yin wish to remain in the Royal Reed Sea or travel elsewhere?" Yin Zhaoge smiled. "I might have to trouble the Sword King for a period of time." Lin Hanhua nodded. "No problem." The situation in the Royal Reed Sea was about to undergo a major change. Yin Zhaoge would have to keep abreast of the latest situation at all times as he carefully planned things out. After all, there was a wound of the sky that descended into the Eight Extremities world within the territory of the Radiant Light Sect. With the Southeastern Exalt not burning the bridge after crossing it, Yin Zhaoge's situation in the Royal Reed Sea was much safer, especially with Lin Hanhua of the Mid-Immortal Bridge Marshal Saint Realm personally presiding over this place. It was just that in their private conversation today, even as Lin Hanhua had expressed his stance, he had actually also hinted to Yin Zhaoge not to continue provoking the Grand Qian dynasty. As Yin Zhaoge pondered, a servant came in to deliver a message. The other party had informed Lin Hanhua via sound transmission, with Yin Zhaoge not knowing the specifics. However, after hearing this, Lin Hanhua pondered for a moment before saying right in front of Yin Zhaoge, "Invite him in." The servant left as instructed. Then, a figure entered the room. Surprisingly, it was Kong Ping. Seeing Yin Zhaoge, Kong Ping's gaze hardened slightly. Lin Hanhua asked, "I wonder why Mr. Kong has come to visit?" Yin Zhaoge stood quietly by the side. Seeing Kong Ping, Lin Hanhua did not avoid him, even leaving him by the side. This was actually expressing his stance to Kong Ping and the Grand Qian dynasty, protecting him, Yin Zhaoge. Kong Ping quickly understood Lin Hanhua's meaning. After a short moment of silence, he said slowly, "My wife has perished. As a husband, this Kong cannot just sit idly by. My wife, Madame Kong, had still perished at the end of the day." Yin Zhaoge was calm, not really surprised by this. When leaving the Wound of the Sky earlier and seeing that clearly abnormal sword light of the time-flowing sword, Yin Zhaoge had already had a general guess as to what had happened. Of course, with the collapse of the Blood-Red Vortex and Luo Ziyuan's group having escaped first and Madame Kong having been able to fight her way out, Yin Zhaoge had truly seen her in a different light. Still, from the looks of it now, she had still barely been able to do so. Lin Hanhua's brows furrowed slightly, but soon relaxed. Kong Ping was expressionless. Yin Zhaoge, who had not spoken all this while now, asked, "I wonder how your son is." "They're all fine," Kong Ping said calmly, gazing straight at Yin Zhaoge. The terrifying pressure of an immortal bridge expert instantly surged over towards Yin Zhaoge like a tsunami that surged to the heavens, virtually causing one to feel suffocated. Sharp, domineering sword intent manifested, instantly breaking through the shocking waves and dissipating into nothingness. Lin Hanhua was already standing before Yin Zhaoge at some point in time, saying mildly, "My condolences, Mr. Kong." Kong Ping no longer expanded his aura, but he met Lin Hanhua's gaze fearlessly. "My wife has perished," Kong Ping said slowly. "Someone must be killed." The Radiant Light Sect's Luo Ziyuan was the direct culprit. The North Sea Sword Pavilion's Gu Hong was entangled with Senior Apprentice Uncle He outside the Wound of the Sky, causing Senior Apprentice Uncle He to be unable to arrive in time to reinforce them. And Kong Ping pointed behind Lin Hanhua. "And that kid behind you, Yin Zhaoge, he was the one who single-handedly caused the situation back then." Yin Zhaoge walked out from behind Lin Hanhua, saying calmly, "According to my understanding of the situation back then, being a step behind the Radiant Light Sect's Luo Ziyuan, your wife and your son should have definitely perished. Motherly love is indeed a mighty existence. While she is an enemy, this Yin is also rather an admiration of your wife. She created a miracle. Still, your wife and your son wanted to take this Yan's life. Within the Wound of the Sky, if I did not have some methods, the one who would have died would have been me. This Yin has no interest in stretching out my neck and waiting for death." Yin Zhaoge said, "Those who kill will always be killed by others. This saying applies to everyone." Kong Ping said slowly, "It applies to you as well." "This naturally applies to everyone." Yin Zhaoge smiled. His body tensed as he maintained a clear and calm mind, various thoughts circulating rapidly as he was fully on guard. Before him was an immortal bridge martial saint whose wife had died and was about to go berserk. This was an expert who surpassed Gu Hong, He Dongsheng, and Gu Zhang, as he was an elite amongst the 7th level of the martial saint realm. He was likely also carrying the high-grade sacred artifact, the cloud's circulating heavenly light sword. The other party's enraged attack probably really possessed the might to collapse the heavens and shatter the earth. While Lin Hanhua, Chen Zhiliang, and the others were protecting him, he was not of Golden Court Mountain at the end of the day. Kong Ping wanted to avenge his wife now. This was a true enmity. This enmity was even deeper than when Yin Zhaoge had killed his fellow disciple Liao Zhengbak, when he had obtained the heaven-bearing ceremonial fragrance and the earth-ocean lung crystals. Under such circumstances, it was not incomprehensible that Lin Hanhua and the others would not make a move. Still, Yin Zhaoge did not regret it. As he had said earlier, he had never been someone who would resign himself to death. "You have a formidable husband and a formidable father. If you want to kill me, should I just stretch out my neck and let you kill me? Dream on." It was the same for the terrifying Kong Ping now. Yin Zhaoge circulated his entire body's true essence as he thought of various ways to increase his chances of success in battle. Yet he was very calm. He had long since known that in this world, there were many times when what one could do had to be done. Even if one could not, one would still do it. To be continued. Chapter 748. Glancing at Kong Ping, Lin Hanhua appeared rather dissatisfied as a sharp sword intent surged out that was even fiercer than Kong Ping's. "Mr. Kong, I can understand that you are filled with hatred over the death of your wife. Still, if you want to kill a guest on my Golden Court Mountain right in front of me, this Lin is similarly unable to sit by idly." Lin Hanhua waved his hands towards Yin Zhaoge, indicating for him to retreat. He looked straight at Kong Ping. "Your master has indeed permitted you to remain in the Royal Reed Sea. Still, this does not mean that you can do whatever you want in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, treating my Golden Court Mountain like nothing." Kong Ping said coldly, "Shadow Mountain Sword King is too serious. This Kong has no intention of disrespecting the southeastern Exalt and Golden Court Mountain. Still, I must avenge my wife's death. After this matter is over, Kong Ping will go to Golden Court Mountain to apologize for my crimes. This Kong will not object to any punishment the southeastern Exalt has to mete out. Still, if you want this Kong to swallow this humiliation, Shadow Mountain Sword King is really making things difficult for me." Seeing Lin Hanhua's gaze turn cold, Kong Ping's expression did not change in the least. My wife is also my junior apprentice sister. At least 2 of my senior apprentice brothers have already died because of this Yin Zhaoge. This kid's surnamed Yin is not of Golden Court Mountain. Does Golden Court Mountain also want to stop us from avenging him? Lin Hanhua looked coldly at him. You, 7th-level martial saint, want to make a move against a 1st-level martial saint? Do you still have any face to speak of? My Golden Court Mountain does not forbid the 2 of you from interfering if you have a personal grudge to settle. I heard that your 2 sons are both at the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar realm, right? Why do you need to come and avenge their mother instead of them? In terms of age, they are probably much older than little friend Yin, as well as 2 levels higher in terms of cultivation base. Lin Hanhua scoffed. Let's just say that they are of the same generation as little friend Yin. Why do I not see them avenging their deceased mother? Yin Zhaoge's cultivation base far surpassed martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. This was already a publicly acknowledged fact in the Royal Reed Sea. Even Lin Hanhua and Kong Ping were aware of this. While Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan were both late merging avatar martial saints, even Kong Ping did not have much confidence in facing Yin Zhaoge. Kong Jinyuan had directly clashed with Yin Zhaoge before, not even needing to be mentioned. Kong Maosheng had always made Kong Ping feel proud. Among his peers, he was an extraordinary existence. However, compared to Yin Zhaoge, he was still incomparably inferior. It wasn't that he wasn't outstanding enough, but that his current opponent was too monstrous. The bias in Lin Hanhua's heart was very obvious. His words just now were obviously biased. However, the reputation of bullying the weak was enough for him to intervene in this matter. Yin Zhaoge was on good terms with Golden Court Mountain. If he asked for help from Golden Court Mountain would likely come to his aid in the first place. It was only the major figure behind the Grand Qian dynasty that he had to worry about. Kong Ping's pupils contracted slightly. Is this Golden Court Mountain's intention, or Shadow Mountain Sword King's personal intention? Lin Hanhua raised his eyebrows. So what if it's my personal opinion? Kong Ping didn't budge an inch. Shadow Mountain Sword King, your cultivation is strong. I'm afraid I'm not your match, but I have no choice but to fight. At most, I will die. My death is not to be regretted. The Southeastern Exalt is powerful and does not fear anything. Still, is it worth it for our 2 sides to fall out because of this? Lin Hanhua chuckled, his gaze suddenly turning dangerous. Who are you threatening? Kong Ping shook his head. Those of Golden Court Mountain are all martial practitioners of the Tao of the Sword, unyielding and unyielding. You are even an elite amongst them. How could I possibly threaten you? Still, I have to make one thing clear. He pointed at Yin Zhaoge. This Kong must kill this person. No matter what methods I have to use, no matter what price I have to pay. Lin Hanhua frowned, not speaking. He naturally did not fear Kong Ping. It was just that if Kong Ping died, there would inevitably be repercussions. The death of a merging avatar martial saint like Liao Zheng was incomparable to the death of a seeing divinity martial saint like Madame Kong. While Madame Kong and Kong Ping were husband and wife, that was just the 2 of them. What was more important in the eyes of others was that Kong Ping was an immortal bridge martial saint. The death of an immortal bridge martial saint was different from that of a seeing divinity martial saint. Kong Ping was currently the Grand Qian dynasty's strongest expert in the Royal Reed Sea. The mission of the heaven-bearing FEK formation actually rested on him rather than on King Xuanmu. If he were to die by Lin Hanhua's hands, the person behind him would most likely be enraged. In allowing Kong Ping and the others to remain in the Royal Reed Sea, the Southeastern Exalt must have already discussed it with the major figures behind them. For something like this to happen now, it would inevitably be suspected of going back on their word. While Lin Hanhua himself was fearless and undaunted, he did not know what his master was thinking. Kong Ping now looked coldly at Yin Zhaoge. Weren't you still talking big just now? You only know how to hide behind others now. You don't have to be like this. Goading is useless against me. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Still, what I said earlier was indeed what I was thinking. There is nothing that I dare not admit to. He nodded towards Lin Hanhua, saying sincerely, This yin is endlessly grateful for the Sword King's kindness. If I can leave the Royal Reed Sea, I will definitely make a trip to Golden Court Mountain to thank the Southeastern Exalt and you, as well as the Mountain Sea Sword and the Soaring Feather Guest. As a guest, I should do as the host wishes as much as possible. If I can avoid causing trouble for the host, it is naturally best not to do so. Lin Hanhua could tell that Yin Zhaoge was speaking from the bottom of his heart as he was not trying to win his favor. Amidst his admiration, he was more taken aback. Looking coldly at Yin Zhaoge, Kong Ping nodded, "Good, very good." Saying thus, not willing to wait for even a moment longer, he directly attacked, his index and middle fingers forming a sword as he stabbed towards Yin Zhaoge. While his movements seemed slow, they were actually extremely fast. Even with Lin Hanhua's cultivation base, he felt his vision blur slightly. With such ferocious speed, under normal circumstances, Yin Zhaoge would probably not be able to react at all, as he would unknowingly be struck by the sword and slain, not even knowing how he had died. Yet, Yin Zhaoge seemed to have long since predicted this as his figure shook, resembling a clone turning into a shadow as the Northern Ocean clone rapidly appeared. Yin Zhaoge had been prepared all along, wary of Kong Ping's attack at any moment. While he felt no fear, he was not foolishly bold, as he was well aware of the difference in cultivation bases between him and Kong Ping. If he really waited for Kong Ping to make a move, Yin Zhaoge felt that he would most likely not be able to react in time. The other party's cultivation base was too high, and he was also executing a martial art like the time-flowing sword. In terms of the speed of his sword alone, he was already comparable to Lin Hanhua of the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge had actually made preparations in secret even before Kong Ping had done so. After Yin Zhaoge had finished speaking, all the preparations that he had secretly made earlier were directly activated. The glorious sun rose, a domineering, majestic concept resembling the midday sun. It was precisely the high-grade sacred artifact, the extreme Yang seal. Having long since expected this, Kong Ping's expression did not change as he still stabbed out with his sword. The extreme Yang seal that you wield cannot attain the level of a high-grade sacred artifact at all. How can you block my sword with this treasure? I'm going to take your life for sure. To be continued. Chapter 749. Before making a move, Yin Zhaoge had long since considered many things. With Madame Kong possibly dead, the Grand Xian dynasty, especially Kong Ping and his sons, would likely not let this matter rest. Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan aside, Kong Ping possessed supreme strength, as he truly possessed the ability to threaten Yin Zhaoge with death. While Yin Zhaoge was on friendly terms with Golden Court Mountain, he was not a disciple of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage at the end of the day. Also, Kong Ping similarly possessed a powerful background. Placing all his hopes on Lin Hanhua and the others would not be able to guarantee his safety. Yin Zhaoge naturally had to make preparations for himself. It was just that he had originally thought that this would come in handy when Kong Ping and the others came to attack the North Sea Sword Pavilion. Now that he had encountered Kong Ping here, while he was rather surprised, Yin Zhaoge did not panic. An early merging avatar martial saint facing an expert of the 7th level of the martial saint realm. The early immortal bridge martial saint would undoubtedly be doomed for sure. If other 1st level martial saints faced Kong Ping, who cultivated in the Aeon Light heavenly scripture, they would only be insta-killed. Kong Ping would not even need to expend much effort. To him, however many such opponents came, they would all die. Today, however, Yin Zhaoge wanted to challenge this problem that seemed completely impossible in the eyes of others. The other party's cultivation base was there for all to see. The difference between their cultivation bases was just too great. He had no thoughts of fighting to the death with his opponent. Being able to escape would already be his victory. Battle was inevitable. Yin Zhaoge had never been in the mood to wait for death to come. However, how to battle and how to gain the most advantage for oneself involved many things. Before Kong Ping had truly made a move, Yin Zhaoge's entire body's true essence had already surged. If Kong Ping did not make a move, Yin Zhaoge's movements would be like he was performing a one-man show, amusing himself. However, Kong Ping made a move. This way, Yin Zhaoge's first move helped him seize the initiative, successfully eliminating Kong Ping's advantage in strength and speed. If he had not taken a half step forward and moved at the same time as Kong Ping, he would probably have been struck by the sword before he could react. Now, as Kong Ping stabbed out with his sword, Yin Zhaoge had already summoned the extreme Yang Seal and the Northern Ocean clone. Kong Ping was expressionless, his expression not changing in the least. He used his finger as a sword, and where the faint sword light flashed, it was like a river of time. The sword light instantly filled the surrounding void, as though it was creating an independent world. In this world, everything was tainted by the sword light and turned pale. The movements of Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone abruptly slowed, while Kong Ping's sword light abruptly sped up. Amidst the difference in speed, Yin Zhaoge's earlier attempt to seize the initiative and wipe away Kong Ping's advantage became futile. The sword light arrived first, even though it was released later. Kong Ping was still faster. Beneath the freezing of time that resembled water, not only did the movements of Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone slow down, even the thoughts within their minds seemed to have slowed as well. Time in this world seemed to have come to a standstill, no longer flowing. The only one who defied this rule was Kong Ping and his sword. However, a light suddenly flickered within Yin Zhaoge's eyes. At this critical moment, his movements seemed to have sped up once more. Kong Ping struck out with the Tai Imperial Breaking Array, weakening the enemy and strengthening himself. Still, Yin Zhaoge was extremely familiar with the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, as well as having obtained a remnant piece of the Aeon Light Heavenly Scripture from Liao Zheng, allowing him to make use of the foundation of the peerless Heavenly Scripture to be able to adapt flexibly. Yin Zhaoge did not even look at this sort of Kong Ping's. He was not so foolish as to compete in speed and variations with Kong Ping, who cultivated in the Aeon Light Heavenly Scripture and was at the 7th level of the Martial Saint realm. At this time, he could only deal with the myriad changes by remaining unchanging, executing his thoughts with all his might. Yin Zhaoge raised his hands, the variations of the cyclic heavenly seal concealed within his left hand, while the profundities of the extreme Yang scripture were manifested with his right. Standing behind the Northern Ocean clone, he simultaneously struck the Northern Ocean clone's temples with his left and right hands, his right and left hands piercing through his ears. The true essence within his body surged as it transformed with the yin-yang heavenly scripture. All of it transformed into the purest power of extreme yang. All the power of extreme yang surged within the Northern Ocean clone's body. The temples on the sides of the Northern Ocean clone's head bulged high at this moment, flickering with dazzling radiance as they resembled two actual suns. Over this period of time, besides the initial Baihui acupoint on the top of his head, Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone had already refined his temples to see divinity, resonating with the stars in the sky. Having seen true divinity through his temples, he could temporarily barely contain the power of extreme yang that was vast as an ocean. The power of extreme yang surged within the Northern Ocean clone's body, similarly bearing the fist intent of Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal and the extreme yang scripture. He simultaneously pushed out with both hands towards the extreme yang seal, rock chasing the sun. The extreme yang seal that had originally resembled an actual sun descending from the heavens grew even mightier as it erupted with a powerful aura that had never been present before. Even Lin Hanhua and Kong Ping could feel the space before them becoming scorching hot. I am indeed only at the first level of the Martial Saint realm, but I have a clone that has attained the seeing divinity Martial Saint realm. Even though it was still insufficient to unleash the full power of the extreme yang seal, it had succeeded in bringing it to a whole new level. Meanwhile, the foundation of the extreme yang seal itself was far too powerful. This was one of the strongest high-rank saint weapons. It stood at the very top of all saint weapons. It wasn't something that the Emperor Xian's spear, the cloud-revolving heavenly light sword, the solar lunar wheels, and the other treasures could compare to. The chance of survival that Yin Zhaoge wanted was right here, The violent extreme yang seal directly collapsed space, ripping apart that sword light that resembled water. It is indeed unexpected. Still, how many times can you last? Kong Ping retracted his sword light, the long river of time soundlessly clashing with the tyrannical extreme yang seal. The might of an immortal bridge martial saint was displayed to the point of perfection at this moment. Kong Ping did not retreat in the slightest as his sword light suppressed the extreme yang seal in reverse. This thing is good. Sadly, in your hands, it is like casting pearls before swine. How can it protect your life? Kong Ping's sword intent surged madly, his sword light becoming even more tranquil and ethereal as its threat multiplied. However, Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone, along with the extreme Yang seal, made use of the rebounding momentum of his sword light to fly backwards towards Yin Zhaoge. After the Northern Ocean clone had unleashed that rock chasing the sun, Yin Zhaoge no longer bothered with him. He seemed completely unconcerned about the success or failure of the extreme Yang seal and the Northern Ocean clone's life and death. The light of thunder abruptly flickered within Yin Zhaoge's right eye. Executing finger, flicking shocking thunder. Yin Zhaoge's true essence circulated once more, the power of extreme yang instantly reverting to chaos before next transforming into infinite thunder and lightning. Go! Yin Zhaoge's voice resounded like thunder as he executed an instant's thunder. His entire body's true essence of thunder and lightning erupted in an instant. In an instant, he ignited everything, going all out. Violent thunderbolts rampaged as they seemed to possess the might to split the heavens and split the earth apart. Even so, it was still insufficient to stand against Kong Ping of the 7th level of the martial saint realm. Yet, this move of Yin Zhaoge's was not aimed at Kong Ping. The Northern Ocean clone and the extreme yang seal that flew backwards transformed into streaks of light, landing directly within Yin Zhaoge's palm as they transmitted a rebounding force to Yin Zhaoge's body. Yin Zhaoge bore this immense force with one hand as the low-grade sacred artifact, the glorious rainbow sword, appeared in his other hand. Yin Zhaoge circulated the cyclic heavenly scripture, helping Yin Zhaoge convert the powerful force that had surged into his body that was virtually about to rip him apart into an even more powerful, explosive force. The force erupted as Yin Zhaoge stabbed outwards, merging with an instant's thunder from earlier as he advanced in the opposite direction. The sword intent of the immortal ending sword, which contained the intent of extermination, was concealed within this sword as well, helping Yin Zhaoge hack through the world of flowing light enveloped by the sword intent of Kong Ping's time, flowing sword. To be continued. Chapter 750. With the extreme yang seal blocking Kong Ping, Yin Zhaoge made use of this recoil to strike out in the opposite direction. Bolstered by an instant's thunder, Yin Zhaoge raised his explosive power to the maximum. Bolstered by an instant's divine thunder and using the immortal ending sword as its edge, Yin Zhaoge merged with his sword and soared into the air, forcibly ripping open a fissure amidst the world of flowing light formed of Kong Ping's sword light. In this crack, everything was no longer pale, and the flow of time returned to normal. Facing Kong Ping's powerful sword, Yin Zhaoge concentrated all of his power on a single point, thereby forming a piercing momentum, resembling an iron nail piercing through cowhide. Using this as a turning point, Yin Zhaoge successfully fought for a chance of survival for himself, completing a difficult problem that was impossible in the eyes of others. Seeing Yin Zhaoge's sword, Lin Hanhua's gaze abruptly flickered. Kong Ping looked coldly at Yin Zhaoge, very spectacular, but then he tapped lightly with his finger, and the sword light immediately transformed into a long river once more, sweeping towards Yin Zhaoge. His sword light was even faster than Yin Zhaoge's fleeing speed. In an instant, the sword light caught up to Yin Zhaoge once more. And then, Yin Zhaoge laughed lightly, and then, we shall meet again. Amidst the light laughter, boundless darkness appeared in the void, like a curtain of night. Yin Zhaoge conveniently hid within, just a hair's breadth away from Kong Ping's sword light stabbing him. Kong Ping's sword light did not stop. Wherever his sword went, the boundless darkness was directly cut apart. However, Yin Zhaoge had already disappeared without a trace. It was as if the moment he entered the darkness, space and time were already different and could no longer be measured by the spatial distance of the outside world. Both Lin Hanhua and Kong Ping were slightly startled. In the vicinity, the clamorous voices of the dim darkness sect martial practitioners resounded. Lin Hanhua had made a branch altar of the dim darkness sect his encampment. While the dim darkness sect's chief Zhou Haoxing and the others had already left, there were still other dim darkness sect martial practitioners remaining in the vicinity. While he did not dare to disturb Lin Hanhua, this branch altar still retained the basic facilities of the dim darkness sect, its protective formations still present and functioning normally. Yin Zhaoge activated the formation and hid within. He had experienced the experience of traveling from a branch altar of the dim darkness sect to its main altar through the reverse Dao tide formation. During that process, while Yin Zhaoge had been shaken to the point of dizziness, he had also gained a preliminary understanding of the dim darkness sect's legacy and formations. Afterwards, having cultivated in the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia's dim radiant 12 arts, the supreme legacy and foundation of the dim radiant sect, Yin Zhaoge had gained a deeper understanding of this lineage. When Yin Zhaoge had predicted that he would clash with Kong Ping, the formation of the dim darkness sect's branch altar outside had been a part of his plan, a flight of stairs for him to retreat to. Those of the dim darkness sect were currently rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as they watched their formation suddenly being activated without any prior warning whatsoever. As the true owners of it, they were even unable to understand what was going on within. Although Kong Ping was surprised, he did not stop. The sword light turned into a boundless light screen that enveloped the void. This branch altar of the dim darkness sect was instantly enveloped by his sword light. Corroded by the sword intent of the time, flowing sword, the night sky that enveloped the dim darkness sect's branch altar shockingly grew sluggish as the flow of time within was about to be frozen. At the end of the day, this was only a branch altar of the dim darkness sect, unable to compare to the main altar which had been destroyed previously. Kong Ping possessed supreme strength. Where his sword light passed, he sought to destroy the formation before him along with Yin Zhaoge within it. However, just as his sword light began cleansing the boundless darkness, the formation before him suddenly began circulating in reverse. He can wield the core authority of the dim darkness sect's formation. The dim darkness sect is supporting him with all their might. Kong Ping was truly shocked this time. However, those of the dim darkness sect were actually even more astonished than he was. The core of the formation had not fallen into the control of an outsider. Why had such a heaven-shocking change occurred? The boundless darkness rapidly collapsed inwards, gradually congregating at a single point. The extreme darkness gave birth to an extremely resplendent brilliance, and this brilliance actually pierced through the void. As the protective formation circulated in reverse, the power of the formation erupted shockingly within a short period of time, slowing the speed of Kong Ping's sword light. After this eruption, the formation would collapse very quickly. However, this was already enough for Yin Zhaoge. Amidst the radiance, he stood side by side with the Northern Ocean clone, a great palace hovering above their heads. It was precisely the Myriad Dragon Palace. Before meeting Lin Hanhua, Yin Zhaoge had already secretly left the Myriad Dragon Palace within the protective formation of the dim darkness sect's branch altar. His original intention had not been to guard against Lin Hanhua. Instead, he had experimented and verified the plan that he had come up with. Now that there was no time to verify the plan on paper, directly putting it into action was naturally a risky move. Still, however dangerous this experiment was, it would not be as dangerous as facing an enraged, immortal bridge Marshal Saint alone now. Now, however risky Yin Zhaoge was, he had successfully taken another step forward according to his plan. He and the Northern Ocean clone landed within the Myriad Dragon Palace. Then, The myriad dragon palace rapidly descended along that bright radiance, shooting towards the hole in space. Having entered the chaotic flows of space, it still could not be considered as all was well. Kong Ping would definitely pursue them. With his cultivation base, unless the chaotic flows of space were powerful to a certain extent, it would be hard to harm him. It was still unknown whether Yin Zhaoge could successfully extricate himself. Yet, having entered the chaotic flows of space, all paths connected to the surrounding area, infinite possibilities and boundless vastness. If Yin Zhaoge wanted to extricate himself, it would be much easier than remaining in the heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds. At that point, even Kong Ping would not have absolute confidence that he would be able to keep Yin Zhaoge behind. From wielding the extreme Yang seal to block the enemy's first round of attacks and seizing the initiative to erupting with power that surpassed his opponent's expectations afterwards, breaking through space and escaping from his opponent's range of attacks before finally making use of the dim darkness sex formation to successfully open up a passageway. Yin Zhaoge had been accurate and stable as he had carried out his plan step by step, forcibly obtaining a chance of survival amidst a situation where he was certain to die. Which expert of the 7th level of the Martial Saint realm would not be able to kill a martial practitioner of the 1st level of the Martial Saint realm easily? Kong Ping possessed shocking strength, surpassing many experts of the same cultivation level. Yet, he was no longer completely confident of being able to keep Yin Zhaoge behind at this moment. Kong Ping's face was expressionless as his icy cold gaze blazed at this moment, revealing deeply concealed rage and hatred. Not saying a word, his figure flickered as he immediately arrived at the entrance of the dimensional passageway, wanting to enter deep into space and pursue Yin Zhaoge to the ends of the world. Now, however, a streak of sword chi shot out, obstructing Kong Ping even as it obstructed Yin Zhaoge as well. The protective formation of the dim darkness sex branch altar collapsed in reverse, the power that erupted obstructing Kong Ping, yet unable to do anything to anyone else. A figure traversed amid space, his right hand extended, his index and middle fingers aligned as he similarly substituted a sword with his fingers. His sword and Kong Ping's sword intersected amid space, intercepting that sword light that resembled a long river of time and space. Meanwhile, his left hand pierced into space, seemingly becoming incomparably massive as it grasped space, intercepting the myriad dragon palace that was currently in the process of fleeing into the distance. The one who had acted was precisely the Shadow Mountain Sword King, Lin Hanhua. To be continued. Chapter 751. Standing amid space, Lin Hanhua simultaneously extended his hands, obstructing Kong Ping whilst obstructing Yin Zhaoge. The gazes of Yin Zhaoge and Kong Ping both hardened as they felt this to be out of their expectations. Lin Hanhua had remained silent all this while, as if he had already decided to watch from the sidelines and not interfere in the battle between the two sides. At this moment, he suddenly acted and intercepted both of them. What was the reason for this? Kong Ping frowned slightly. Shadow Mountain Lin, what exactly do you want? There was no abnormality in Lin Hanhua's expression as he said calmly. A merging avatar martial saint who is able to attempt to flee from the hands of an immortal bridge martial saint. This Lin wants to see what heights such an outstanding youth can attain in the future. Such a genius, I will protect him. If you want to fight, then fight with the sword in my hand. Lin Hanhua glanced at Kong Ping. You possess outstanding strength. If you were at the 8th level of the martial saint realm like me, you would be a good opponent. Victory or defeat would still be unknown. Still, the current you is not my match. Kong Ping's eyes narrowed into slits. Just because you value talent? Lin Hanhua said calmly. You and I are both sword practitioners, so our spirit is stronger than that of ordinary warriors. I don't want to kill you, but if you fight to the death and refuse to retreat, then I can only cut you down with my sword. If I really have to pay with my life after this, I don't care. Ever since I started learning the sword, I have always felt fear in my heart, but my sword has never been slow because of this. Lin Hanhua looked Kong Ping up and down. Don't take any chances. You don't stand a chance. You shouldn't have brought the high-grade sacred artifact, the cloud circulating heavenly light sword that Shenlingzi left for you, right? Even if he did, it would be useless. A treasured light suddenly shone from his body. Sword Chi soared into the heavens, shocking everyone's soul. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge and Kong Ping immediately knew that the Lin Hanhua before them was accompanied by a high-grade sacred artifact. Lin Hanhua said, "You still have fellow disciples, right? If they come with the cloud revolving heavenly light sword, you might have a chance." Kong Ping was expressionless. Lin Hanhua's words had undoubtedly made his stance clear. He wanted to protect Yin Zhaoge to the death. If Kong Ping did not retreat, it would be a bloody battle to the death. Lin Hanhua no longer considered what the consequences would be. This sudden change caused Kong Ping to be puzzled no matter how he thought about it. He didn't know what exactly caused Lin Hanhua to suddenly change his mind. The simple love of talent was too weak a reason. Shadow Mountain Lin, as you have said, we are all sword practitioners, Kong Ping said slowly. Although he did not know why Lin Hanhua had suddenly changed his mind, Kong Ping's sword chi grew even stronger. He did not have the slightest intention of retreating. Blocked by Lin Hanhua, Yin Zhaoge did not attempt to break free as he simply halted, his gaze shifting between Lin Hanhua and Kong Ping. "Mr. Kong, why do you have to do this?" At this moment, a voice sounded beside him. A young man who looked to be in his 30s appeared before Yin Zhaoge and the others. While he did not assume much of a stance, his aura was still tyrannical to the extreme, allowing others to easily ascertain his cultivation base as an immortal bridge martial saint. The young man first bowed to Lin Hanhua, eldest martial brother. When Lin Hanhua saw this youth, he nodded slightly and said, "Junior martial brother Mu." Looking at the newcomer, Kong Ping was silent. The other party was called Mu Jun. He was someone who had returned to the Royal Reed Sea alongside him, and Chen Zhuliang, a disciple of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage like Lin Hanhua, Zheng Ming, and Chen Zhuliang. His cultivation base far surpassed theirs as he was an early immortal bridge martial saint like Kong Ping. He was one of the most outstanding disciples of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage alongside Lin Hanhua. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Mu Jun smiled. "This must be little friend Yin Zhaoge? I heard junior apprentice brother Zheng and junior apprentice brother Chen mention you earlier. You are indeed a genius who surpasses all expectations." Exiting the Myriad Dragon Palace, Yin Zhaoge smiled. "You overpraise me," Kong Ping said slowly. "Green Plain Sword King, this Kong has no intention of offending the Southeastern Exalt and Golden Court Mountain. Still, I must avenge my wife's death. While I am untalented, I am not someone who can be easily bullied." Mu Jun gazed at Lin Hanhua, the two communicating through their gazes as they seemed to be secretly communicating via sound transmission. Lin Hanhua remained brimming with killing intent, revealing his sharpness as one was hard-pressed to look straight at him. After a while, Mu Jun retracted his gaze, chuckling as he appeared amicable. "Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. According to what I know, the one who truly caused your wife's death seems to be someone else, not this little friend Yin before us," Kong Ping said mildly. When this Kong came to meet the Shadow Mountain Sword King, this Kang's two senior apprentice uncles had already headed to the Sun-Moon Peak of the Virtuous Spirit region. The Sun-Moon Peak of the Virtuous Spirit region was precisely where the Radiant Light sect was located. Hearing his words, the corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth twitched. He Dongsheng and Gu Zhang, two immortal bridge martial saints, had both arrived, and they likely also possessed the high-grade sacred artifacts, the cloud's circulating heavenly light sword and the King Xian spear. The Radiant Light sect was doomed. Kong Ping's icy cold gaze swept across Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge, the Radiant Light sect's Luo Ziyuan, the North Sea Sword Pavilion's Gu Hong, none of them can even think of escaping. Mu Jun said, "Golden Court Mountain once said that the matter of your junior apprentice brother Liao Zhang would not be pursued any further. You still know when to advance and when to retreat even now." Mu Jun's tone changed. "Still, Your wife's death was really because she first tried to plot against this little friend Yin for the sake of past enmity, thus leading to the subsequent events. Of course, your wife was still unaware of the decision of Golden Court Mountain back then. Still, if we carefully consider it, it was still you who provoked her first. Kong Ping's gaze hardened. Green Plain Sword King means that Golden Court Mountain wants to protect this person. Mu Jun shook his head. My words naturally cannot represent my master's. Still, my eldest apprentice brother's intentions are my intentions. Kong Ping fell silent, his expression turning solemn. With Lin Hanhua and Mu Jun joining hands, he had no hope at all. The other party also possessed a high-grade sacred artifact, at the very least. If they really fought, they might even have been able to capture him alive. Even if he wanted to go all out, he might not have been able to do so. In the end, he had been rebuffed for no reason at all. The difference in strength between the two sides was now completely unbalanced. He had not thought that he would directly meet Yin Zhaoge at Lin Hanhua's place, having been somewhat unprepared. As his rage gradually subsided, Kong Ping's gaze turned even colder and sharper. Even if the net did not break and the fish died, there would naturally be someone who would settle the score with the net afterwards. Yet, if the fish did not die and was caught in the net for nothing before being sent back alive, that existence behind him would also lose face and be disappointed in him. At that time, there would truly be no hope for revenge at all. Kong Ping was silent for a long time before he inhaled deeply, turning and leaving. Under such circumstances, there was no point in saying anything as he would only lose face for nothing. Still, whether it was Yin Zhaoge, Lin Hanhua, or Mu Jun, all of them knew that Kong Ping would definitely not let the matter rest just like that. Mu Jun sighed slightly. He might first go to the Radiant Light sect, but he might also be heading straight for the North Sea Sword Pavilion's Guhong. The North Sea Sword Pavilion helped junior apprentice brother Zheng and the others in apprehending those who trespassed on the southern Blazing Heaven Territory's borders. Should I go over and take a look? Lin Hanhua shook his head. Guhong is also an immortal bridge martial saint. Mu Jun nodded, glancing at Yin Zhaoge through the corner of his eye as he sent via sound transmission. Eldest apprentice brother, while I do not understand why you are so insistent on this, you had best inform Master as soon as possible. Lin Hanhua answered, Yes, I will. Mu Jun smiled and nodded towards Yin Zhaoge before leaving. Now, only Yin Zhaoge and Lin Hanhua remained there. Lin Hanhua gazed at Yin Zhaoge, not speaking for a long time. Yin Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly before he heard Lin Hanhua slowly ask, Little friend Yin, you cultivate in the Sword Tao of the Prime, clear lineage? Chapter 752. While Lin Hanhua's tone was that of a question, his gaze that was looking straight at Yin Zhaoge contained no doubt at all, as it was like he was stating a fact. Yin Zhaoge was rather taken aback, as many thoughts instantly flashed through his mind. After learning that the earthly sovereign had forbidden descendants of the prime clear lineage from entering the world beyond worlds, Yin Zhaoge had still paid attention to it despite not knowing the specific reason. Of the numinous treasure 4 swords, he cultivated in the immortal ending sword manual, which was most proficient in variations. Intentionally concealing it, it would be very hard for others to detect it, especially when Yin Zhaoge had concealed it with an instant's thunder, making it even harder for others to discover it. Kong Ping was similarly powerful and knowledgeable. While he might not be as knowledgeable as Lin Hanhua, he was still far from being comparable to ordinary people. Also, he had personally clashed with Yin Zhaoge, coming into contact with Yin Zhaoge's sword, directly facing its sharpness. Kong Ping had yet to detect it. How had Lin Hanhua recognized the immortal ending sword manual just by watching from the side? Could it be that Lin Hanhua had not actually seen through it, merely having sensed it? Now, was he actually trying to trick him with words? Yin Zhaoge pondered rapidly, but now heard Lin Hanhua continue. Who taught you the immortal ending sword? As soon as he said this, Yin Zhaoge knew that Lin Hanhua was not trying to trick him with words. Instead, the other party had really recognized the sword intent of the immortal ending sword. How had he done it? Light flickered slightly within Yin Zhaoge's eyes. There was only one possibility. Lin Hanhua, cultivated in the Sword Dao of the Prime Clear lineage as well, also cultivating in the immortal ending sword manual, just like Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Sword King has good eyesight. When I was still in the lower worlds that year, I indeed coincidentally obtained a remnant legacy of the numinous treasure, Four Swords, the immortal ending sword. This Yin was delighted upon seeing such a peak martial art. I naturally could not help but cultivate in it. In the end, it was only after arriving in the world beyond worlds that I learnt of the earthly sovereign's decree. I am not a descendant of the Prime Clear lineage. Please do not tell others, Sword King. I thank you in advance here. Lin Hanhua glanced deeply at Yin Zhaoge before saying after a long time, your immortal ending sword has not merged with the Jade Clear lineage. It is not something left behind by the Lord of the Taoist Heavenly Lord in the past, but is truly of the direct lineage of the Prime Clear lineage. During the investiture of the gods, the legendary Lord of numinous treasures, immortal exterminating Four Swords, had once fallen into the hands of the descendants of the Jade Clear lineage. The one who obtained the real, celestial extinguishing sword was Heavenly Lord Yuanshir's disciple, Heavenly Lord Daoxing. As a result, the sword intent of the immortal ending sword flowed into the Jade Clear lineage. Still, it was ultimately different from the Prime Clear direct lineage. Thereafter, the Lord of the Taoist attainment, Heavenly Lord, rarely left behind descendants. The immortal ending sword manual of the Jade Clear lineage had long since gone extinct before the Great Calamity. The immortal ending sword manual preserved in the martial repository of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace was precisely one of the Prime Clear lineage's most orthodox numinous treasure Four Swords, originating from the Prime Clear descendants who resided in the Heavenly Court. Therefore, after hearing Lin Hanhua's words, Yin Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly. Being able to differentiate between the Jade Clear lineage's immortal ending sword and the Prime Clear direct lineage's immortal ending sword, the difficulty had risen by yet another level. If one were to say that Lin Hanhua was not proficient in the celestial extinguishing sword, even the gods and Buddhas would not believe it. Also, Yin Zhaoge could be certain that Lin Hanhua also cultivated in the Prime Clear direct lineage's immortal ending sword. Here was the problem now. Not only was the Shadow Mountain Sword King Lin Hanhua renowned throughout the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, he was also a renowned figure in the entire world beyond worlds. It was to the extent that even the earthly sovereign might recognize him and be aware of his existence. Lin Hanhua's Sword Dao would break rather than bend, having clashed with countless people in his lifetime. Yet, he had actually never revealed the secret that he possessed a Sword Dao of the Prime Clear direct lineage all this time. Yin Zhaoge really wanted to ask him where he had learnt the immortal ending sword from. It would be fine if it was his own fortuitous encounter. Still, if Lin Hanhua was really a descendant of the Prime Clear lineage, that would really be too inconceivable. If he was of the Prime Clear direct lineage, what about his master, the Southeaster Exalt? 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, exalts of 10 territories. Would the earthly sovereign not know about the Southeastern Exalt's background? If that was really the case, it would also be impossible for him to have attained his current position. Was it the Southeastern Exalt who was helping his disciple conceal this? Or was there some other secret behind this that caused the earthly sovereign to tacitly approve of Lin Hanhua's existence? Or could it be that Lin Hanhua had betrayed his original lineage, going against the Southeastern Exalt as his master afterwards? There were too many possibilities that were hard to discern. Also, it was hard to say what Lin Hanhua's current attitude was. While he had returned to protect him, helping to block Kong Ping, he still could not let his guard down. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change in the slightest as he smiled. Thank you for your guidance, Sword King. I did not really understand the difference between the two earlier. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Lin Hanhua said after a while, already know about the earthly sovereign's decree now. Do not take it lightly. Yin Zhaoge said solemnly, I understand. Lin Hanhua nodded, no longer mentioning this matter. also not saying why he wanted to protect Yin Zhaoge, who bore the legacy of the prime clear lineage. He instead said, Kong Ping has no intention of killing you. It is just that he was temporarily forced into retreat by me and junior apprentice brother Mu. It is even to the extent that after taking care of the Radiant Light sect, he might gather others of the Grand Qian dynasty and come here to force an abdication. Yin Zhaoge said, I will be careful. Many thanks to the Sword King this time. Lin Hanhua shook his head. It's fine. After taking his leave of Lin Hanhua, Yin Zhaoge did not immediately leave as he instead stood amidst space, pondering. As Feng Yunsheng, Ahu, and Xiao Ai emerged from the Myriad Dragon Palace, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They had previously remained in the Myriad Dragon Palace, concealed within the formation of the Dim Darkness sect's branch altar. No one had thought that Yin Zhaoge would actually experience the most threatening tribulation he had faced ever since arriving in the world beyond worlds at this moment. Having survived this tribulation, while everyone was overjoyed, they also felt some lingering fear. Young master, are we leaving just like this? It wasn't easy for the Shadow Mountain Sword King to take care of us, Ahu asked curiously. Yin Zhaoge said, Kong Ping was not sufficiently prepared this time. It won't be so easy to send him off next time. We naturally have to thank Lin Hanhua for being willing to help us. Still, it would not be good for us to trouble him with a clear conscience. Most people still have to rely on themselves at the end of the day. Moreover, we still don't understand why Lin Hanhua is helping us now. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. If we remain here, our whereabouts will be confirmed. At the same time, it will be equivalent to us being imprisoned, unable to do anything at all. This is not a situation that I wish to see. While it is dangerous to temporarily leave, as long as we keep a secret, our enemies will not be able to find us so easily. Ahu nodded, suddenly laughing as he seemed to rejoice in their misfortune. The Radiant Light sect is doomed this time. If Kong Ping also rushes over to their headquarters, it will be hard for them not to be exterminated. Yin Zhaoge's eyes narrowed into slits as he seemed to think of something. The Radiant Light sect is indeed doomed. Still, it is hard to say when that will be. I've just thought about it. Things aren't that simple. Someone wants to fish. To be continued. Chapter 753. Fishing. Ahu looked rather stunned at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge said, with Lin Hanhua protecting me, Kong Ping and the Grand Qian dynasty will not be able to find trouble with me for the time being. All their fury will be directed towards the Radiant Light sect and the North Sea Sword Pavilion. In capturing the disciple of the Southern Exalt who had trespassed, the North Sea Sword Pavilion has contributed. This can also be considered as forming good karma with Golden Court Mountain. Yin Zhaoge shrugged, while Lin Hanhua said that Pavilion Lord Gu Hong is also an immortal bridge martial saint, implying that they will not interfere if Pavilion Lord Gu is really forced to seek protection from Golden Court Mountain. Golden Court Mountain will most likely not ignore him. Ahu grinned. Of the three sects, only the Radiant Light sect has to face the flames of fury of the Grand Qian dynasty alone. Yin Zhaoge gazed into the distance. If the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Facing the large-scale attack of the Grand Qian dynasty, the Radiant Light sect aside from the Dim Darkness sect that is truly incomparably weak, the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copperman Island will most likely still have to reinforce them. While Pavilion Lord Gu knows that he is also their target, he will probably still make a move. Ahu nodded. This was also expected. This was unless Gu Hong led the North Sea Sword Pavilion away from the Royal Reed Sea and asked Golden Court Mountain to help settle them elsewhere. Otherwise, if the Radiant Light sect was completely destroyed, the North Sea Sword Pavilion would similarly be hard-pressed to deal with the pressure of the Grand Qian dynasty alone. Feng Yunsheng said, however, even if the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copperman Island rush to the aid of the Radiant Light sect, they will probably not be able to hold on. As compared to the last great battle, the strength of the anti-Qin coalition had been reduced. Meanwhile, on the side of the Grand Qian dynasty, their number one expert Kong Ping, who had not participated in the last great battle, had entered the battlefield this time. Under such circumstances, the anti-Qin coalition army would be in grave danger. Yin Zhaoge extended 3 fingers before curling one up. Looking at the radiant light sect situation, if I had to think of a way, there are 3 most likely methods. One is to simply change the direction of our spear, abandoning our foundation in the world beyond worlds, and making use of the wound of the sky that leads to the 8 extremities world to launch a full-powered attack on the 8 extremities world. The entire sect descended into the 8 extremities world, borrowing the suppression of the power of dimensions on martial practitioners of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm to barely eliminate the numerical advantage of the Grand Qian dynasty's pursuing experts. Simply put, since I can't become as strong as you in a short period of time, I'll try to make you as weak as me. Still, this was too great a sacrifice for the Radiant Light sect. Even if they had sufficient treasures to protect all of them in passing through the wound of the sky in one go, with their treasures having been depleted, it would be very difficult for all of them who had yet to reach the 4th level of the martial saint realm to come back up. As Yin Zhaoge said this, he crooked a 2nd finger, secondly, to protect the people, abandoning the Sun-Moon Peak of the Spirit Inheritance region, bringing along a group of disciples and heading to Copper Men Island. The power exerted by the 3 guardian Copper Men of Copper Men Island was equivalent to that of immortal bridge martial saints. The number 1 geographical advantage of the Royal Reed Sea was indisputable. Here, the anti-Qian coalition would have a chance to stand against the Grand Qian dynasty if they joined forces. However, this matter would no longer be the Radiant Light sect's problem alone. Copper Men Island becoming the main battlefield aside, the North Sea Sword Pavilion might very well be forced to give up on their foundations. Yin Zhaoge said, from the perspective of the overall situation and the long term, this method is rather rational. Still, it is hard to say whether the Radiant Light sect will choose it. As for the reason, Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. It seems to be related to me. Yin Zhaoge's relationship with Golden Court Mountain was growing closer and closer as Lin Hanhua was even willing to block Kong Ping for Yin Zhaoge. In contrast, the Radiant Light sect had become the target of the Grand Qian dynasty's fury. It could only be imagined how despondent the Radiant Light sect must feel, since Golden Court Mountain was unable to protect them. Why couldn't they find a more suitable backer? It just so happened that the current Royal Reed Sea really did have such an existence. Yin Zhaoge raised a final finger, saying softly, the southern blazing heaven territory. Hearing his words, looks of realization appeared on the faces of Feng, Yunsheng, and Ahu. Ahu hesitated for a moment before saying, young master, that shouldn't be the case, right? In that case, it would be equivalent to the Radiant Light sect exterminating itself in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Yin Zhaoge smiled. That would have to depend on what the Southern Exalt thinks. At the end of the day, the Royal Reed Sea directly borders the southern blazing heaven territory. Ahu said solemnly, if such a day really comes, the heavens and the earth of the Royal Reed Sea will truly be changed. Yin Zhaoge said, who says otherwise? Still, if the Radiant Light sect becomes the vanguard of the southern blazing heaven territory's advance into the southeast, they themselves will be very likely cannon fodder, as they might not be able to enjoy the fruits of victory. If I had to choose, I would not choose this method. Still, who knows if Luo Zuan might suddenly go crazy. Feng Yunxing asked, you said just now that someone wants to fish. Is this what you were referring to? Ahu's expression changed slightly. The fish actually refers to the people of the southern blazing heaven territory. The Radiant Light sect is the bait, and the one who wants to fish is Golden Court Mountain? Yin Zhaoge nodded, not speaking. Ahu felt cold sweat trickling down his back. Is it Lin Hanhua? Yin Zhaoge shook his head. No, it is most likely that person surnamed Mu. In coming to the Royal Reed Sea with Kong Ping and Chun Zhiliang this time, he is monitoring the heaven-bearing FEK formation on one hand, while actually assisting Lin Hanhua in dealing with the matter of the Southern Exalt's lineage overstepping their boundaries on the other. At this point, Mu Jun's smiling, rather amicable face surfaced within Yin Zhaoge's mind. Comparatively speaking, Yin Zhaoge still felt that the sharp-looking Lin Hanhua was a little easier to deal with. Interacting with this Mu Jun would truly be being sold out by him. He might even be helping him count the money. Of course, there's another possibility. Yin Zhaoga said, Mu Jun secretly contacted the Radiant Light sect. The Radiant Light sect was actually acting on Mu Jun's instructions in intentionally sowing discord, making use of the crisis brought about by the Grand Xian dynasty to come into contact with the people of the southern Blazing Heaven territory. Ahu pulled back the corners of his lips. This way, the Radiant Light sect is still walking on a knife's edge. Yin Zhaoga smiled. Isn't that so? Of course, while the plan is good, it is not certain that the people of the southern Blazing Heaven territory will fall for it. This is actually more of a probe. Mu Jun wants to know the true intentions of the southern Blazing Heaven territory. If the other side had no intentions of marching into the southeast, they would likely have ignored the Radiant Light sect's request for reinforcements. Ahu asked curiously, Young Master, which do you think is more likely? It's still hard to say now. These are actually all just my guesses which require actual verification, Yin Zhaoga said. We will know after observing the Radiant Light sect's next move. Saying thus, Yin Zhaoga led them in entering the Myriad Dragon Palace, diving into the deep sea as they headed for the Radiant Light sect's Sun Moon Peak in the Spirit Inheritance region. On the way, Yin Zhaoga asked Xiao AI, when you were by mother's side back then, did you hear her mention the matter of descendants of the prime, clear lineage? When Yin Zhaoga had been discussing the Radiant Light sect and Mu Jun with Feng Yunsheng and Ahu earlier, Xiao AI had clearly lacked interest. Only hearing Yin Zhaoga's words, now did she concentrate. After carefully recalling for a moment, Xiao AI's eyes lit up. Yes. Chapter 754. Once, this maid and miss were inadvertently talking about the decree of the earthly sovereign forbidding descendants of the prime, clear lineage from entering the world beyond worlds. Xiao AI recalled as she said, at the time, Miss casually mentioned that descendants of the prime, clear lineage actually existed in the world beyond worlds. It was just that they kept a low profile and possessed a unique identity. She only heard of it, not knowing the specifics. Still, the existence of such a person seems to have been tacitly permitted by the earthly sovereign, though the reason for this is unclear. Hearing her words, Ahu is left speechless. Isn't the earthly sovereign slapping his own face? Or is that person's background so powerful that even the earthly sovereign has to be wary of it? Yin Zhaoga slowly shook his head. The earthly sovereign's decree is not just a piece of paper. This person has been so secretive precisely because the earthly sovereign's authority is not to be trifled with. The earthly sovereign might have tacitly allowed him to conceal his identity and remain in the world beyond worlds due to some special considerations, or because he has some sort of tacit understanding with others. While it was still impossible to confirm whether this person was Lin Hanhua, Yin Zhaoga was inclined to believe that it was him. It had always been rumored in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory that Lin Hanhua's background was not simple, not merely being the head disciple of the southeastern exalt. Still, few people knew the details of this. Yin Zhaoga sorted out his thoughts, controlling the Myriad Dragon Palace to carry them through the deep sea towards the Sun Moon Peak of the Spirit Inheritance region where the Radiant Light sect was located. As they gradually approached the Spirit Inheritance region, Yin Zhaoga became even more careful and secretive as he did not expose his tracks. The Spirit Inheritance region had definitely already become a battlefield. It was inevitable that the Grand Xian dynasty would surround the Spirit Inheritance region. With Yin Zhaoga exposed here, Kong Ping would definitely not hesitate in the slightest as he would immediately turn and lunge towards Yin Zhaoga. Aside from traveling, Yin Zhaoga spent most of his time in the Myriad Dragon Palace cultivating. He had already gained an initial insight into the Yin-Yang heavenly scripture, refining the power of dim moon into the power of minor yin, and absorbing the essence qi of the extreme yang seal into the power of extreme yang. He had gained so much in such a short period of time. If it were anyone else cultivating in the Yin-Yang heavenly scripture, even if their talent and comprehension abilities were similar, they would still be hard-pressed to do so. On one hand, He had benefited from the power of dim moon within his body, as well as the pure and refined essence qi of the extreme yang seal. On the other hand, he had benefited from the abnormalities of the wound of the sky, which had transformed into a unique environment of illusory dimensions. Apart from that, Yin Zhaoge's foundation, the peerless heavenly scripture, had also been greatly reliant on him. Cultivating the first of the 10 scrolls of the primordial heavenly scriptures, the peerless heavenly scripture, the source of all techniques, with this as a foundation, learning the other 9 scrolls of the heavenly scriptures would yield twice the result with half the effort. However, on the other hand, if he wanted to truly master the peerless heavenly scripture and cultivate it to its peak, he needed the other 9 scrolls of heavenly scriptures as his foundation. There was a beginning and an end. It was both a beginning and an end. The beginning and the end were one and the same. It was extremely mysterious. Benefiting from cultivating in the yin-yang heavenly scripture, Yin Zhaoge's cultivation base was also growing unceasingly. He could even feel that he was gradually approaching the second-layer martial saint realm. As long as he took another step forward, he could try to open that door and enter a whole new realm. Great Yang, Great Yin, Lesser Yang, and Lesser Yin are all cultivated. It should be time for me to advance further. Feeling the changes in his martial concept and true essence, Yin Zhaoge gradually came to an understanding. The cultivation of the power of extreme Yin and the power of Lesser Yang did not require the help of external forces. Having already successfully cultivated the power of extreme Yang and the power of Lesser Yin, he would naturally be able to slowly form the corresponding power of extreme Yin and power of Lesser Yang. This was a process of analyzing and comprehending the profundities within the yin-yang heavenly scripture in the first place. It was very normal for one to have the help of fortuitous encounters and treasures. Still, blindly relying on external forces would be neglecting the essentials. Many things ultimately had to depend on one's own comprehension. The combination of the inside and the outside was the true way. Yin Zhaoge aside, his Northern Ocean clone was also cultivating diligently, striving to refine more of his acupoints to see divinity and resonate with the actual stars in the sky. The more acupoints one had, the more powerful they would be. When they had attained a certain level, they would be able to open up a path between the heavens and the earth and step onto the immortal bridge, entering yet another world. With a great number of true dragon corpses in the myriad dragon palace and the treasures from the dim radiant mausoleum, the resources here were abundant as they surpassed even many major sects of the world beyond worlds. Feng Yinsheng, Ahu, Xiao AI, and Pan Pan had all benefited from this as well. It would be very hard to produce peak experts just by relying on external resources alone. Still, there was not a single person here who was not extremely talented. Under such circumstances, sufficient resources would be able to help geniuses save a great deal of time, helping them to grow faster and ascend to the peak. The higher one's cultivation base was, the more difficult it would be for them to advance further, as well as the more time it would take to do so. As compared to Yin Zhaoge, who had already transcended mortality and entered sainthood, Feng Yunsheng and the others who were still martial grandmasters were currently improving even more rapidly. Ending his cultivation, Yin Zhaoge's gaze scanned the great hall. He saw that Ahu and Xiao AI were still cultivating with their eyes closed, while Feng Yunsheng had just ended her cultivation, temporarily coming to a halt. If the Radiant Light sect does not have a suitable maiden of extreme Yin, they must have been working hard to nurture Meng Wan over the past few years. Yin Zhaoge smiled. The Radiant Light sect is naturally far wealthier than the Sacred Sun clan. The cultivation environment of the world beyond worlds is also far better than that of the Eight Extremities world. Meng Wan's current cultivation base should have improved by leaps and bounds as well. Still, as compared to us, the Radiant Light sect is really poor. Feng Yunsheng retracted her cultivation, the dim blue radiance of the cold sun dissipating within her pupils. There will still be a contest at the end of the day. To be honest, I actually feel some anticipation towards it, even though the extreme Yin bout is already a thing of the past. The stubbornness within her heart had already gradually faded. Still, she was still a competitive person at the end of the day. Yan Zhaoga smiled. I guess that Meng Wan should also be looking forward to it. Feng Yunxing nodded. From my understanding of little Wan, your guess is right. Whether it was her gentle and elegant demeanor in front of outsiders, or her casual demeanor in front of Feng Yunxing, there was a single fact that could not be concealed. She was similarly a woman with her own pride and determination. With the Radiant Light sect likely facing a crisis of life and death this time, they should not be able to hide the secret of the extreme Yin crown, right? Feng Yunxing asked. Yan Zhaoga said, it will definitely be another great commotion. We have to take part in it as well. The myriad dragon palace soundlessly arrived in the vicinity of the spirit inheritance region. Now, intense power fluctuations emanated from the distance, even from deep within the sea, as numerous experts were currently clashing. Yan Zhaoga thought, the Sun Moon Peak has yet to be breached. From the looks of it, the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copperman Island have indeed rushed over to reinforce this place. Still, despite having reinforcements, the anti-Xian side was clearly at a disadvantage. The numerous experts of the Grand Xian dynasty attacked in unison, causing the Spirit Inheritance region to be scarred for tens of thousands of li. To be continued. Chapter 755. Yan Zhaoga could not approach the Spirit Inheritance region now, as he controlled the myriad dragon palace to rise from the deep sea in the distance. Where the sea and the sky intersected, radiance that resembled water obscured the heavens and concealed the sun, seemingly forming a realm of its own as it separated the space inside from the outside. Enveloped by the light of water, everything within appeared pale and sluggish. Beneath the scourge of time, all things had become incomparably weak. However heroic one might be, however powerful one might be, they would still be hard-pressed to stand against the flow of time, as they would eventually decline one day. Tens of thousands of years later, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, it would merely be an illusion left for later generations to judge. Seeing this scene, Yan Zhaoga could not help but shake his head. The joining of three immortal bridge martial saints who cultivate in the Aeon Light heavenly scripture is indeed extraordinary. Kong Ping, Gu Zhang, and He Dongsheng, the three experts who all cultivated in the time flowing sword, attacked together, their sword light directly enveloping the Spirit Inheritance region. Everything was experiencing the scourge of time as they advanced towards old age and destruction, the only difference being the strength of their opponents. The benefits of Yan Zhaoga's timely report and the decisive attack of the anti-Xin coalition now manifested. Gu Zhang had been jointly injured by Gu Hong, Zhou Haoxing, Gong Sun Wu, and Luo Ziyuan back then, as he had still yet to fully recover even now. It was all thanks to this that the anti-Xian coalition of the Spirit Inheritance region's Sun Moon Peak could now just barely hold on. Still, Kong Ping and the others indisputably held the upper hand. Luo Ziyuan, Gu Hong, you can pay with your lives for my wife's. Kong Ping was expressionless, his gaze icy cold as he stood amid space directly above the Sun Moon Peak. His sword light was indifferent as water. While it seemed inconspicuous, it was actually the most powerful existence here. Where his sword light passed, all things fell silent before becoming old and mottled. Atop the Sun Moon Peak, Luo Ziyuan's face was livid as he wielded the sun wheel of the Sun Moon Wheels, relying on his guardian grand formation as he unceasingly clashed with his opponent. Meanwhile, Gu Hong had arrived at the Sun Moon Peak as well. Kong Ping had placed the blame for Madame Kang's death on him as well. Even as he attacked Luo Ziyuan, he did not relax in his attacks against Gu Hong. Gu Hong's expression was calm as he brandished his sword in an unrestrained manner, resisting the attacks of his opponent that resembled the tides. Yet, Kong Ping was too powerful. Wherever his sword light passed, Gu Hong's majestic sword intent instantly turned pale and powerless. Even if the sea was vast and boundless, with the passage of countless years, it could still turn into land or even dry up into a desert. Unlike how Kong Ping had used his fingers as a sword in Lin Hanhua's place, the current Kong Ping was even wielding the high-grade sacred artifact, the cloud-revolving heavenly light sword. With a sword in hand, Kong Ping alone was enough to suppress Gu Hong and Luo Ziyuan to the point where they practically had no strength to retaliate. Aside from Kong Ping, Gu Zhong and He Dongsheng had also attacked together, beating the anti-Xin coalition to the point where they couldn't even raise their heads. The chief of Copperman Island, Gong Sun Wu, was at the peak of the late-seeing divinity stage. Without a high-grade sacred artifact in hand, he was even somewhat unable to interfere in this battle. The anti-Xin coalition could only rely on the Radiant Light Sect's Guardian Grand Formation to barely hold on, but they were in a precarious situation. From Yin Zhaoge's perspective, he could even see flames lighting up from time to time amidst the heavens and earth enveloped by that sword light that resembled water. Under the combined efforts of Kong Ping and the others, such a powerful sword will seal everything. Everything turned pale, and this fiery light seemed so dazzling. Yin Zhaoge knew that this was most likely the work of the Grand Xian dynasty's King Xuanmu, wielding the high-grade sacred artifact, the King Xian Spear. The Grand Xian dynasty's experts had come out in full force this time. Their determination to trample the Sun Moon Peak was indisputable. Gazing over, Yin Zhaoge saw that within the world of sword light, there was still bright, clear moonlight that flickered for a moment. The extreme Yin Crown. Yin Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly. It is still unable to exert the power it should. This means that the Radiant Light sect originally did not have a sufficiently powerful expert who possesses the extreme Yin body. The one who currently wields the extreme Yin Crown is most likely still Mengwan. The current extreme Yin Crown was clearly much more powerful than it had been in the Eight Extremities world. This treasure was currently already able to exert the power of a mid-grade sacred artifact. In the Radiant Light sect, Mengwan's cultivation base had indeed advanced by leaps and bounds as well, thus being able to coordinate better with the extreme Yin Crown. Still, in the current situation, the extreme Yin Crown that could only exert the power of a mid-grade sacred artifact was still a little insufficient. Its greatest use was in symbolism and deterrence. Just like how the extreme Yang Seal had been the accompanying treasure of the exalted solar luminary Gao Han of the new Kunlu 9 luminaries that year, the original owner of the extreme Yin Crown was similarly illustrious, being the exalted lunar luminary, who was one of the 9 luminaries alongside Gao Han. The sudden appearance of this treasure in the virtuous spirit region's Sun Moon Peak had surpassed everyone's expectations. Gu Hong, Gong Sun Wu, and the others had limited understanding of the relationship here, but they were just taken aback. Kong Ping and the others of the Grand Xian dynasty were greatly shocked. If the Radiant Light sect was related to the exalted lunar luminary, they would likely have kicked a metal plate and come in a trample on the Radiant Light sect. The Radiant Light sect, having been able to last for so long without being breached, also had to do with the Grand Xian dynasty having reservations about it. After repeated probing, while the Radiant Light sect had intentionally misled them, the Grand Xian dynasty had still seen through some clues at the end of the day. Only then had they gradually unleashed their ferocious attacks. The pressure on the anti-Xin coalition grew greater and greater. The seawater surrounding the Sun Moon Peak had already been completely evaporated, the land shattering unceasingly as only a lone peak remained, protected by the formation that seemed on the verge of collapse. Gazing into the distance, Yin Zhaoge pondered in silence. As soon as the Guardian Grand Formation is broken, it will instantly be the final straw that breaks the camel's back, as the anti-Xian side defenses will likely directly collapse. As if verifying Yin Zhaoge's thoughts, the radiance of the formation gradually dissipated as the Grand Xian dynasty's attacks surged madly along with it. As time passed, the Radiant Light sect's Guardian Grand Formation finally collapsed completely. The radiance of the bright, dazzling mountain peak that resembled the sun and moon in the sky instantly dimmed. Numerous cracks immediately appeared on the mountain peak that had originally already been on the verge of collapse, as it looked like it was about to collapse. At the top of the mountain, Gong Sun Wu roared anxiously. This place cannot be defended for much longer. Gu Hong sighed. Chief Luo, let's go. Luo Zhan roared towards the heavens, feeling incomparably furious. If not for having been screwed over by Yin Zhaoge in the wound of the sky, how would he have fought Madame Kong to the death for his own life, thus forming irreconcilable enmity now? Kong Ping had named 3 people to avenge his wife. Yet, Yin Zhaoge was clearly the weakest of the 3, being all alone. Yet, Kong Ping had instead come to look for his Radiant Light sect first. If Golden Court Mountain had said that they would never interfere in the internal conflicts of the Royal Reed Sea, why had they still persisted in protecting Yin Zhaoge? Go! Luo Xuan roared furiously, first shooting into the skies, bringing along Meng Wan, who wore the Extreme Yin crown, and those of the Radiant Light sect, as they transformed into streaks of light, speedily fleeing into the distance. Gu Hong and Gongsun Wu followed suit. The Grand Xian dynasty would naturally not allow them to escape, their attacks pressuring over with mountain-toppling, sea-overturning attacks. Looking back, Luo Xuan saw that his clan had stood tall for many years had been reduced to ash, falling to the ground. He could not help but feel as though his heart was being pierced by a knife. Staring at Kong Ping, he pointed towards the north, saying furiously, "There is a wound of the sky that leads to the 8 extremities world where that Yin Zhaoge hails from. His lineage and lineage are all located there. You do not dare to look for him personally. I wonder if you dare to go to that lower world?" Chapter 756. Hearing Luo Xuan's words, Gu Hong's expression immediately changed. Even Gongsun Wu's expression was rather unnatural by the side. Luo Xuan snorted coldly, not even looking back as he fled into the distance after having said those words. Within the wound of the sky, in order to survive, Luo Xuan had only been able to engage in a life and death battle with Madame Kong. In the end, Madame Kong had directly perished. If not for this enmity, facing the might of the Grand Xian dynasty, the Radiant Light sect might have been able to submit to them. Now, however, this path had been completely blocked. Luo Xuan was enraged to the point of madness. His hatred towards Yin Zhaoge was not any less than that of the Grand Xian dynasty, who had destroyed his sect in the least. If he could divert this trouble to them now, he would naturally be very happy to do so. Kong Ping said coldly, "Go, we will naturally go." Still, Luo Xuan, don't even think of running. Luo Xuan hated him inwardly, not daring to halt in the slightest as he fled into the distance. He fled in the direction of the clear scenic region. In the sea of the clear scenic region, endless magnetic storms rampaged, forming a natural barrier for the Radiant Light sect. Yet, it was also like a precipitous abyss. The Grand Xian dynasty had surrounded the Sun-Moon Peak of the Virtuous Spirit region, leaving only the clear scenic region untouched. With the Sun-Moon Peak broken, Luo Xuan and the others breaking out of the encirclement in the direction of the clear scenic region was exactly what the Grand Xian dynasty wanted. Making use of the endless magnetic storms to obstruct their escape, they could also kill or wound them. Luo Xuan, Gu Hong, and Gongsun Wu all understood this as well. Fortunately, the endless magnetic storms above the sea of the clear scenic region just happened to be relatively weak at this time. They might still have a chance if they tried to traverse this path. Even as the endless magnetic storms obstructed their path, they would similarly obstruct the Grand Xian dynasty's pursuers, giving them a chance at survival. When the Sun-Moon Peak had been surrounded, Luo Xuan and the others had already decided on this path of retreat. Looking at the departing figures of Luo Xuan and the others, Kong Ping directly followed them. "King Xian, I will have to trouble you to lead some people to the wound of the sky to take a look. We will go pursue Luo Xuan and Gu Hong," Kong Ping said as they walked. Gu Zhang, He Dongsheng, and the others all moved as well, pursuing the clear scenic region with Kong Ping. King Xuanmu nodded. "All right, this king will head over to the wound of the sky. All of you should be careful of that endless magnetic storms as well." On King Xuanmu's orders, a great number of experts of the Grand Xian dynasty left alongside Kong Ping and the others. However, there were still many elite soldiers and valiant generals under King Xuanmu's command who followed him north in the direction that Luo Xuan had pointed out in search of that wound of the sky. Under the Radiant Light sect's treatment, this wound of the sky was usually not constantly maintained, instead closing and healing itself. It would only open again after being activated by a secret technique. Previously, it would hide in the void for a long time without a trace. Still, as an expert of the peak of the late seeing divinity stage, King Xuanmu's senses towards the changes of space would naturally not be weak. Now that he had a definite direction and a known target, he quickly found the sky wound that Luo Ziyuan had mentioned. After staring at the empty space in front of him for a moment, he struck out with the King Xian spear in his hand. Boundless flames condensed at the tip of the spear. The tip of the spear thrust forward, and a crack suddenly appeared in the void, which continued to tear and expand in all directions. An indescribable radiance flickered within the crack, numerous folds of space stacked together as a terrifying power of dimensions was formed. Gazing at the sea of the Spear Inheritance region from afar, Yin Zhaoge could see that the radiance of the Sun-Moon Peak, which had originally illuminated the surrounding area, had dimmed before it shattered. Streaks of light fled in the direction of the clear scenic region. Yin Zhaoge knew that they should be Luo Ziyuan, Gu Hong, and the others. If the Radiant Light Sect had not decided to kill their way into the Eight Extremities world, instead continuing to operate in the world beyond worlds, breaking out of the clear scenic region while it seemed dangerous, it was actually a pretty good choice in this season where the endless magnetic storms were relatively weak. Yin Zhaoge felt that if he were in their shoes, he would also be able to make the same decision as Luo Ziyuan and the others. What he was interested in was where the Radiant Light Sect would go after successfully breaking out of the encirclement and temporarily shaking off the pursuit of the Grand Xian dynasty. Still, when Yin Zhaoge had noticed that the Grand Xian dynasty had clearly split into two groups, he had already sensed that something was wrong. One group chased after Luo Ziyuan and the others towards the clear scenic region, while the other group headed north of the Sun-Moon Peak. Yin Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly. That place is very likely where the wound of the sky that leads to the Eight Extremities world is located. The Radiant Light Sect is not going down themselves. Instead, they want to draw the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners who similarly have enmity with me to the Eight Extremities world, which would be detrimental to Broad Creed Mountain. Yin Zhaoge's expression was rather strange. The Radiant Light Sect might not have had the time to introduce the details of the Eight Extremities world to the Grand Xian dynasty. The Grand Xian dynasty was likely not clear on the current situation in the Eight Extremities world. If a group of people descended under such circumstances, it would be a huge problem indeed. Unless their numbers surpassed a certain level, they would not be able to do anything to Yin Di, who had remained there. If Yuan Zhengfeng had already returned to the Eight Extremities world, that would be even less of a problem. The only problem was that there would be too many peak experts descending. Even if their cultivation bases were all suppressed to the third level of the Martial Saint realm, if they were to wreak havoc together, the Eight Extremities world itself might not be able to withstand the destructive power of their battle. In comparison to the world beyond worlds, the Eight Extremities world was much weaker. Thinking of this, Yin Zhaoge temporarily gave up on going to the clear scenic region. However much the endless magnetic storms were in a weakened state, the clear scenic region was still a perilous place in the Royal Reed Sea. The Grand Xian dynasty, as well as Luo Ziyuan and the others, would still have to go around in circles within. Yin Zhaoge headed north of the Sun-Moon Peak as well. Along the way, Yin Zhaoge still concealed his tracks. Looking at that fiery light flying towards the north, it was likely that the expert leading the group to the wound of the sky was the current King Xian of the Grand Xian dynasty, King Xuanmu. While this person's cultivation base was inferior to Kong Ping's, he was still a peak expert of the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm, the late seeing divinity stage. More importantly, he was accompanied by the high-grade sacred artifact, the King Xian spear. This treasure was the heirloom of the Grand Xian dynasty, having been forged by their founder, King Xianwen. It was perfectly compatible with the martial legacies of the Grand Xian dynasty's royal family. Therefore, while King Xuanmu, who had yet to reach the immortal bridge stage, was unable to exert the power of this high-grade sacred artifact to the maximum, as one with the spear, he would still be able to stand against early immortal bridge martial saints. While such an opponent would not be as troublesome as Kong Ping, he would still be extremely powerful. While it was hard to say what would happen in the Eight Extremities world, Yin Zhaoge still had to be careful in the world beyond worlds. Having been discovered here, Yin Zhaoge believed that the other party would definitely be coming for him first. Gazing into the distance, he saw King Xuanmu and the others halt. King Xuanmu stabbed out with his spear, the wound of the sky reopening. Without pausing in the slightest, King Xuanmu issued a command, the numerous seeing divinity martial saints behind him all entering the spatial crevice. To be continued. Chapter 757. Yin Zhaoge soundlessly followed King Xuanmu and the others north from the Sun Moon Peak, arriving where a wound of the sky was located. Having arrived there, with King Xuanmu opening the wound of the sky, several martial saint experts of the Grand Qian dynasty had descended into the Eight Extremities world. Yin Zhaoge blinked, not approaching. With a high-grade sacred artifact, the King Qian spear, in his hands, King Xuanmu was virtually equivalent to an immortal bridge martial saint expert. As the ruler of the Qian Empire, other than the King Qian spear, he definitely had a mid-grade sacred weapon with him. Perhaps he even had more than one. Now that he was facing him head-on, he could only run. However, compared to facing Kong Ping, running was much easier. If King Xuanmu was at the 5th level of the martial saint realm, Yin Zhaoge would indeed have a few plans that he would like to try out. Of course, all of this was built on the foundation that they had all battled in the world beyond worlds. If they descended to the Eight Extremities world, it would be a completely different matter. In just a few moments, the wound in the sky suddenly shook violently. Standing at the entrance of the wound of the sky, King Xuanmu first revealed a look of astonishment before his expression turned extremely ugly. The void crevice fluctuated, and two figures escaped from it in a sorry state, still in a state of shock. King Xuanmu and the others who remained in the world beyond worlds were all incomparably stunned. The two were both furious and ashamed, wishing that they could find a hole in the ground to bury themselves in. However, they could not refuse King Xuanmu's words. Hearing their descriptions, everyone had looks of disbelief on their faces. Amid merging avatar, martial saint single-handedly took on all of you. The others are either dead or injured, but all of you are only able to return because you no longer restrained yourselves, releasing all of your power beyond the limits of the lower realm. Forcefully ascending? Someone didn't even have the time to break free from the suppression of the domain's power and was killed in that lower realm. The consecutive rhetorical questions indicated that King Xuanmu was extremely shocked as well. Someone beside him unconsciously asked, could that Yin Zhaoge have secretly returned to that lower world before this? The other party shook his head exasperatedly. We naturally recognize that Yin Zhaoge's appearance. How can we not recognize him? He paused for a moment and said hesitantly, but another person who had escaped from the Eight Extremities world continued. Still, he does indeed resemble that Yin Zhaoge somewhat in terms of appearance, just looking a little older. Those of the Grand Qian dynasty exchanged looks. King Xuanmu's expression turned solemn. Good. What a Eight Extremities world. With that, he showed no signs of fear. Instead, he took a step forward and walked toward the crack in the void. My subjects, who's willing to follow me to the lower realms to see what's so magical about that place? To be able to cultivate to this level, any martial artist would have their own confidence and pride. If King Xuanmu, who was at the peak of the late seeing divinity stage, descended to a lower world, while his cultivation base would be suppressed to the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, he would be incomparable to them who were at the 4th and 5th level of the martial saint realm. Even though their cultivation levels were the same, there was a world of difference in their experience and understanding of martial arts. Even if King Xuanmu suppressed himself to the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, most seeing divinity martial saints would probably not be a match for him. With such strength, if he did not even dare to go to a lower realm, King Xuanmu could forget about cultivating martial arts in the future. The people around him agreed. We are willing to travel with the king. The two who ran back hesitated. In the Eight Extremities world, that person who bore a striking resemblance to Yin Zhaoge had left too deep a shadow in their hearts. his domineering martial arts aside. The key was that unique saber intent of his, which was domineering, and domineering was something they had never seen in their entire lives. Even the royal reed sea of the world beyond worlds, they had never personally witnessed it before. The terrifying saber aura virtually left these two seeing divinity martial saints traumatized. Still, the two were people with outstanding wills, as they knew that they had to overcome this fear. Also, if they retreated now, they would no longer have the face to meet others in the future. We are willing to be the vanguard of the king. The two grit their teeth, saying resolutely. King Xuanmu nodded, radiance circulating within his hands as the spear landed in the hands of a golden-armored martial practitioner beside him. You lot wait here for this, king. Also, immediately send people to the clear scenic region to chase after senior apprentice Brother Kong and the others, explaining the uniqueness of this 8 extremities world. Those of you left behind should also be careful. While the main force of the rebels has been forced into the region of C of the clear scenic region, there may still be other survivors. That golden-armored martial practitioner said, You can rest easy, king. With the King Xian spear here, so long as it is not Gu Hong or Luo Zuan with the Sun Moon wheels, none of them will matter. Someone else now said, King, that Yin Zhaoge was only able to avoid Mr. Kang's pursuit by relying on the protection of the Shadow Mountain Sword King. We have always been vexed over how to draw him out. Perhaps this is a good opportunity? King Xuanmu pondered for a moment before saying, We should first deal with the situation here in the 8 extremities world. I wonder if he can directly communicate with his lineage there. If he can, having received news beforehand, he might not walk right into our trap as we wish. After this king has returned from this 8 extremities world, we will spread the news and lure him here. Before this king returns, do not act rashly. He possesses the supreme treasure, the extreme Yang seal, having nearly escaped from senior apprentice Brother Kang's sword. He is not to be underestimated. Everyone replied in unison, As you command. King Xuanmu said no more as he directly strode into the wound of the sky. Most of the Grand Qian dynasty martial practitioners here followed closely behind him with the aura of a vast army of thousands. In the distance, while Yin Zhaoge was unable to clearly see the situation in the vicinity of the wound of the sky, he was still able to guess a thing or two from the changes there. This was especially so with the fiery light still surging into the heavens, signifying that the King Xian spear was still here. While its aura was still abundant as compared to before, its spirituality had weakened somewhat. This meant that while King Xuanmu had likely personally descended into the 8 extremities world, the King Xian spear was still here. Unlike seeing divinity martial saints and immortal bridge martial saints who could descend into the lower worlds after suppressing their cultivation bases, high-grade and mid-grade sacred artifacts would not be able to descend unless they were able to reign in their power. There were extremely few high-grade sacred artifacts and high-grade sacred artifacts who were able to do this. If they were unable to reign in their power, they would require the help of their master. However, this would require much effort as it was very difficult. This was one of the main reasons why the Radiant Light sect would not choose to move their entire sect to the 8 extremities world. The Grand Qian dynasty had not known that there was a wound of the sky in the vicinity of the Spirit Inheritance region that led to the 8 extremities world. They had naturally been unable to make preparations beforehand. Seeing this, the corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth arched lightly upwards, confident. I like it. Seeing that the shaking of the wound of the sky had ceased, Yin Zhaoge knew that King Xuanmu and the others had already completely left the world beyond worlds, heading to the 8 extremities world. The Northern Ocean clone immediately flew out of the Myriad Dragon Palace, resembling a great rock spreading its wings as he brought Yin Zhaoge and the Myriad Dragon Palace along with him, flying directly towards the wound of the sky. To be continued. Chapter 758. The Northern Ocean clone's true essence surged, transforming into numerous streams of light. The light condensed into a pair of wings that blotted out the sun. With a flap of its wings, it flew for thousands of miles as it flew towards the wound of the sky. The Grand Qian dynasty martial practitioners who had remained behind were all experts as well. Before Yin Zhaoge had even neared, they had already sensed him as they gazed over in unison. However, when they saw who it was, they could not help but be stunned. Yin Zhaoge, in their eyes, it was only thanks to the protection of Lin Hanhua and Mu Junshi that Yin Zhaoge had been able to remain safe and sound, with Kong Ping temporarily giving up on his revenge, that Yin Zhaoge should be obediently staying by Lin Hanhua's side now. Forming a death enmity with an immortal bridge martial saint who had the assistance of numerous peak experts behind him. Instead of staying obediently by the side of those who could protect him, he had even gone out to roam about. What else could it be but courting death? Whether it was Kong Ping, King Xuanmu, and the others, all of the Grand Qian dynasty had previously been having a headache over how to draw Yin Zhaoge out. Attacking the Eight Extremities world was partly to vent his anger and partly to draw Yin Zhaoge out. Never would anyone have thought that not only had Yin Zhaoge left, he had even found his way directly to the Sun Moon Peak of the Virtuous Spirit region. Could it be that he didn't know that the great battle that had just occurred here had gathered all the experts of the Grand Qian dynasty? Kong Ping, Gu Zhong, and He Dongcheng were three immortal bridge martial saints. In addition, there were two high-grade sacred weapons, the cloud-revolving heavenly light sword and the Qian King's spear. Besides offending the lineage of the southeastern exalt, such a lineup would be sufficient for them to rampantly dominate the entire Royal Reed Sea. The destruction of the Sun Moon Peak was the best example. The ones guarding the mountain earlier were not just the Radiant Light sects Luo Ziyuan and the others. There were also experts of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copperman Island. Relying on the geographical advantage of their clan, they had ultimately been unable to stand against the Grand Qian dynasty who had attacked with all their might. Even so, however, Yin Zhaoge had actually appeared in the Spirit Inheritance region, right before them. All the Grand Qian dynasty martial practitioners felt this to be inconceivable. The Grand Qian dynasty experts who remained outside the wound of the sky all subconsciously observed their surroundings once more. They suspected that a disciple of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage had also arrived in the vicinity and had changed his mind, wanting to do them harm. This was the only reason they could think of why Yin Zhaoge would appear here. Otherwise, why would he dare to come? But after scanning the area, he didn't find anything. Logically speaking, if the experts of Golden Court Mountain wanted to deal with them, they did not have to hide. They could just attack openly. They were the true masters of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. The group of Grand Qian dynasty martial practitioners could not help but feel even more astonished now. However, they quickly regained their senses. With those of Golden Court Mountain not present, if Yin Zhaoge had come alone, wouldn't that be exactly what they wanted? Previously, he had been thinking about how to lure Yin Zhaoge out. Now that the other party had finally walked right into his trap, it really couldn't be any better. While Kong Ping and the others were not present, and King Xuanmu had also led most of their forces in descending into the Eight Extremities world, the Grand Qian dynasty martial practitioners present did not feel any fear. The high-grade sacred artifact, the Qian King's spear, gave them sufficient confidence. That golden-armored practitioner who was temporarily wielding the King Qian spear in King Xuanmu's stead yelled, "Do not advance rashly due to greed. If anything goes wrong, His Majesty will not be able to account for it." He raised the King Qian spear, saying respectfully, "Please forgive this subject for overstepping his authority." With that, the fiery light on his body roiled, instantly transforming into the momentum of incinerating the heavens. Numerous swans, white cranes, owls, and great rocks soared high amidst the sea of flames, circling within the sky. This golden-armored martial practitioner was clearly of the Grand Qian dynasty's royal family, as he cultivated in the most orthodox 5-fire true art and 7-foul treasured spear. His spear formed a coiling seal as he met the rapidly approaching Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone. The sea of flames surged, foul soaring as they heavily surrounded Yin Zhaoge, cutting off his path of retreat. Yin Zhaoge could tell with a single glance that the other party did not want to settle things with him, instead wanting to tie him down. That golden-armored martial practitioner said to those beside him, "Send someone down immediately to report this to His Majesty. At the same time, send someone else to the clear scenic region to inform Mr. Kong and the others. As long as we could tie down this Yin Zhaoge here, it will already be a great merit. Whether His Majesty returns to the world beyond worlds later or Mr. Kong and the others return, today will be the day of this Yin Zhaoge's death." The remaining Grand Xian Dynasty martial practitioners loudly agreed. Now, it is like catching a turtle in a jar. Hearing their words, Yin Zhaoge laughed. "With just the likes of you, can you do it?" Amidst his laughter, Yin Zhaoge was swift and decisive as he simultaneously clapped on the temples of the Northern Ocean clone. The majestic power of extreme yang was simultaneously infused within the body of the Northern Ocean clone beneath the multiple concepts of the cyclic heavenly scripture, yin-yang heavenly scripture, and extreme yang scripture. The temples on the sides of the Northern Ocean clone's head instantly bulged high, flickering with bright sunlight as they resembled two actual suns. The incomparably tyrannical extreme yang seal appeared amid space. The power of extreme yang surged within the Northern Ocean clone's body as he wielded the fist intent of the cyclic heavenly seal and the extreme yang scripture, directly executing a Kunping chases the sun. As his palms pushed against the extreme yang seal, the majestic, mighty extreme yang seal became even more tyrannical as it swept through everything in its path, destroying the sea of flames and the foul silhouettes together. That golden-armored martial practitioner's expression did not change as he dealt with it in a composed manner, striking out with his spear once more as he did not clash head-on with Yin Zhaoge, merely engaging in a battle of attrition. However, beneath Yin Zhaoge's control, the aura of the extreme yang seal actually rose once more. Yin Zhaoge laughed loudly, King Xuanmu daring to leave the King Xian spear here and hastily run off himself. "I think that he doesn't want this thing anymore." Infinite sunlight illuminated the heavens and earth, actually emanating a terrifying aura of being at the end of the road, of ultimate destruction. The expressions of the Grand Xian Dynasty martial practitioners changed greatly. That golden-armored martial practitioner wanted to wield the King Xian spear to evade, yet was unable to do so this time. It was like a great golden seal had gone out of control as it crushed through space, colliding with the tip of the King Xian spear. A boom resounded as the perlicues of the golden-armored martial practitioner's hands split apart. With his cultivation base at the 4th level of the martial saint realm, he was actually completely unable to hold onto the spear at this moment. The King Xian spear was directly jolted out of his hands. The golden-armored martial practitioner roared madly. The King Xian spear had not just been jolted out of his hands. Instead, its connection with him had been jolted out of his hands as well. The martial true intent that he had infused into the spear had been completely shattered. Yin Zhaoge had used his extreme yang seal to knock down his King Xian spear. Within the extreme yang seal, Yin Zhaoge had always been working hard to refine and integrate his fist intent within, leaving behind his own mark within. At this moment, it had all been for naught, all his previous efforts having been for naught. "You madman!" The golden-armored martial practitioner cursed furiously. Yin Zhaoge smiled. "With the thing in King Xuanmu's hands, I have no confidence in knocking it down. However, it is different in your hands." After colliding, the extreme yang seal and the King Xian spear did not separate from each other, as they instead remained entangled together. The terrifying collision directly broke apart space, a massive crevice being ripped apart. The two high-grade sacred artifacts transformed into streaks of light, falling towards the crevice together. The Grand Xian Dynasty martial practitioners hurriedly shot towards the crevice. Near the crevice, a majestic palace had already long since been waiting there. The door of the palace opened, the roar of a dragon resounding. It was precisely Yin Zhaoge's myriad dragon palace. The power of high-grade sacred artifacts was too great. The Myriad Dragon Palace currently still did not possess the ability to absorb and suppress them. The Grand Qian Dynasty martial practitioners all smiled coldly. If the Extreme Yang Seal and the King Qian Spear collided head-on, the Myriad Dragon Palace would immediately fall apart and shatter. To be continued. Chapter 759. The Myriad Dragon Palace blocked the path of the Extreme Yang Seal and the King Qian Spear. The power of the two great high-grade sacred artifacts tangled together, transforming into resplendent light that collided head-on with the Myriad Dragon Palace. The Grand Qian Dynasty martial practitioners followed closely behind, secretly laughing at Yin Zhaoge's overestimation of his own abilities, as the Myriad Dragon Palace would definitely be smashed apart by the Extreme Yang Seal and the King Qian Spear. However, if they could delay the two high-grade saint weapons for some time, they might have a chance to catch up. However, just as the two sides were about to collide, the great door of the Myriad Dragon Palace suddenly opened. Inside the great hall, in the dark void, there was a dim light that was neither bright nor dark surging. It was hard to describe. Within the radiance, there was a huge iron wheel. There were 12 holes on the iron wheel, and they rotated slowly with the iron wheel. This thing only existed there, moving at its own pace quietly, not interfering with anything around it, nor was it shaken by anything else. Even Yin Zhaoge was unable to wield it. It was precisely the supreme treasure he had obtained from the dim radiant mausoleum, the dim radiant wheel. While he was unable to make it his own, Yin Zhaoge had his own ideas. While he was unable to activate the dim radiant wheel, high-grade sacred artifacts like the Extreme Yang Seal and the King Qian Spear could. These two supreme treasures were powerful to the extreme. While the dim radiant wheel was an immortal artifact, it had yet to be completed. The dim radiant wheel was unable to ignore the clash between the Extreme Yang Seal and the King Qian Spear at this moment. As though it had a life of its own, the rotation of the dim radiant wheel suddenly came to a halt. The blurry radiance that was neither bright nor dark instantly expanded, half black and half white, as it enveloped the Myriad Dragon Palace, even enveloping the surrounding space. As the Extreme Yang Seal and the King Qian Spear collided within this world of black and white, their momentum instantly slowed. The dim radiant wheel, however, resembled a massive beast that had been startled awake as it opened its mouth, emanating a terrifying suction force as it sought to devour these two great high-grade sacred artifacts like it had devoured the dim radiant lamp. It was unlike the dim radiant lamp, which originated from the same source as the dim radiant wheel, having been created by the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia from the dim radiant 12 arts. If it wanted to absorb the Extreme Yang Seal and the King Qian Spear, these two high-grade sacred artifacts had to be ownerless. Now, Yin Zhaoge had taken the initiative to strike down his opponent's King Qian Spear with his Extreme Yang Seal. The two sacred artifacts just happened to be in a state where they had lost their owners. Two of the 12 slots on the dim radiant wheel radiated light, which swept towards the Extreme Yang Seal and the King Qian Spear. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Slow down, slow down. Don't be in such a rush to provide for me. The King Qian Spear shook, flying towards the dim radiant wheel on its own. However, the Extreme Yang Seal seemed to possess its own will as well, as if it had been roused from a deep slumber and enraged. As the sunlight illuminated the world, the all-encompassing radiance of the Extreme Yang Seal collided with the radiance emanating from the hole in the dim radiant wheel. Amongst all high-grade sacred artifacts, the Extreme Yang Seal was one of the peak existences. The dim radiant wheel had yet to be completely forged and could not be considered a true immortal artifact yet. As powerful as he was, he could absorb the King Qian Spear, yet he was currently unable to do anything to the Extreme Yang Seal. Struck by the Extreme Yang Seal, even the King Qian Spear halted within the air, no longer shooting towards the dim radiant wheel. For a moment, the three supreme treasures were in a deadlock. Seeing this, those of the Grand Qian dynasty were all rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. The extreme Yang seal and the King Qian spear that had originally been about to smash the myriad dragon palace into smithereens now halted amidst the layers of space within the palace, no longer as brutal as they had been before. Meanwhile, the myriad dragon palace was completely unscathed, with only the dim radiant wheel flickering with a blurry radiance in the depths of the palace. Amidst Yin Zhaoge's laughter, the great gate of the myriad dragon palace mightily shut. At the back of the palace, the spatial crevice that had originally been ripped apart by the collision of the extreme Yang seal and the King Qian spear also gradually began to heal now. The two high-grade sacred artifacts ceased to exist within the myriad dragon palace. With that golden-armored martial practitioner at their head, all the Grand Qian dynasty martial practitioners regained their wits, their faces instantly turning green. They simultaneously howled madly in shock and fury before all of them lunged towards the myriad dragon palace. The King Qian spear had accompanied the founding monarch of the Grand Qian dynasty, King Qianwen, conquering the battlefields of the 72 regions of the Royal Reed Sea, establishing the current foundation of the Grand Qian dynasty. Afterwards, it had been passed down to King Xuanqing and then to King Xuanmu. It had always been a national treasure of the Grand Qian dynasty, its importance surpassing that of the royal seal. Meanwhile, as a high-grade sacred artifact, the King Qian spear was also the strongest weapon of the Grand Qian dynasty's royal family, being an absolute national treasure. Yet, it had been taken away by someone today. What kind of joke was this? That golden-armored martial practitioner himself was a member of the royal family of the Grand Qian dynasty. Seeing that the King Qian spear had been lost in his hands, he was instantly enraged to the point of going berserk, wanting to wrest back the King Qian spear no matter what. Otherwise, not knowing how he should face his ancestors, he might as well just smash his head against the wall and die here. The other Grand Qian dynasty martial practitioners all charged over as well. The consequences of having lost their national treasure in their hands was something that none of them could bear, even if they were to band together. The golden-armored martial practitioner took the lead, the fiery light formed of his true essence condensing into wings of flame behind his back. With a flap of his wings, he was already in the vicinity of the myriad dragon palace in an instant. However, his vision blurred slightly as he saw a figure standing between him and the myriad dragon palace. What great speed! The golden-armored martial practitioner's heart sunk. Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone looked coldly at the other party, raising the fish dragon spear within his hands and directly stabbing over. That golden-armored martial practitioner roared furiously, another spear appearing within his hands as well. The Grand Qian dynasty's 7 foul-treasured spear against Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean divine spear. The Northern Ocean clone spear resembled a dragon, the rock overturning the sea as its heavy to the extreme collapsed on the other party's spearhead, virtually jolting the spear out of the golden-armored martial practitioner's hands. However, the silhouettes of 7 foul surfaced on the other party's spear, soaring as they blocked the fish dragon spear. This spear was shockingly a mid-grade sacred artifact. This was also an accompanying treasure of King Xuanmu, having been the weapon he had used before inheriting the King Qian spear as it possessed extraordinary power. The Northern Ocean clone's expression did not change as each spear was faster and heavier than the previous as he attacked like a tempestuous storm. That golden-armored martial practitioner was shocked. He had only been able to battle Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone with the power of a mid-grade sacred artifact. While they were both early-seeing divinity martial saints, if not for a mid-grade sacred artifact, he would have been stabbed to death by the Northern Ocean clone with just a few spears of his. A seeing divinity martial saint perfectly exerted the power of a mid-grade sacred artifact as he barely managed to hold on beneath the tempestuous storm of attacks. Yet, the Northern Ocean clone spear arts were swift as the wind aside from its heavy momentum. As his figure rose and sunk, the Northern Ocean clone resembled a massive fish leaving the water, a rock soaring through the 9 heavens as he instantly passed through the defensive circle of his opponent's spear, arriving close to his back as he stabbed out with his spear. Dazzling golden light erupted from the golden armor of his opponent, forming numerous layers of defenses that blocked the Northern Ocean clone spear. It was shockingly also a mid-grade sacred artifact that belonged to this golden-armored martial practitioner himself. The fish dragon spear was blocked by this mid-grade sacred artifact as dazzling sparks erupted. The golden-armored martial practitioner made use of this chance to counterattack with a spear. The Northern Ocean clone smiled coldly, evading with a flash as he repelled his opponent's spear with the fish dragon spear in his hand. Numerous dragons surged from the imperious cold martial armor on his body before he clawed out with his claw, clasping his opponent's golden armor. The massive silhouette of a Kuanping appeared, flapping its wings and sending his opponent's protective seven foul and flames flying. The Kuanping's claws swept along the numerous dragons as they grabbed onto the golden armor, forcefully ripping it apart. The great wilderness fishrock art, ripping the three worlds. To be continued. Chapter 760. Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone clawed downwards, domineeringly ripping a crack open in the defense of his opponent's mid-grade sacred artifact, the precipitous golden armor. Greatly shocked, that golden-armored martial practitioner wanted to change his stance. However, the Northern Ocean clone was faster than him. After breaking through the defenses of the precipitous golden armor, the Northern Ocean clone immediately stabbed out with the fish dragon spear in his other hand. The tip of the spear turned into a dot of golden light and pierced into the crack at an unimaginable speed. The golden-armored martial artist roared and stumbled back, but blood was already spurting out of his chest. The other grand Qian dynasty martial practitioners watched this scene in shock, wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Despite wielding two mid-grade sacred artifacts, that golden-armored martial practitioner was actually unable to stand against the Northern Ocean clone who was only wielding a low-grade sacred artifact at the same cultivation level. The difference between a mid-rank sacred weapon and a low-rank sacred weapon was there for all to see. However, the difference in strength between the two masters was equally obvious. Who exactly is this fellow? The hearts of those of the grand Qian dynasty grew cold. Although they were shocked, they were all veterans who had been through hundreds of battles, so they did not panic. They continued to charge towards the Northern Ocean clone with all their might. If that golden armor martial practitioner was slain just like this, it would be hard for the others to survive. Several martial sacred realm experts joined forces and covered the sky and earth in their attacks. Their aura was like an endless tsunami. The spiritual energy in the surroundings rippled like a tide and spread out in all directions, forming visible folds in the void like waves. The Northern Ocean clone whipped out the fish dragon spear in his hand, swiveling towards the incoming enemies as he brandished it with the momentum of sweeping away 1,000 enemies. As the Kuanping's shadow flapped its wings, its body swooped down. It transformed from a Peng into a Kuan and rushed into the sea of light. As the giant Leviathan swam, the vast blue sea erupted outwards in all directions. A frenzy that was even more ferocious than the opponent's attack swept through the heavens and earth. Great desolate Kuanping art, ancient desolate tide. The immeasurably long, giant Kuan set off boundless waves that swept in all directions, reaching everywhere. As the Northern Ocean clone brandished his spear, power expanded, catching all fishes big and small in one fell swoop. The terrifying might of the desolate ancient tide that devoured the heavens and overturned the earth, drowning the great 1,000 worlds as it swept through all enemies before him. The power of one person encompassed the world. All of the grand Qian dynasty martial practitioners were forced into retreat at the same time. Those with weaker cultivation bases directly spat out blood, splattering it all over the sky. Sweeping through his enemies with a single spear, the light of thunder flickered within the pupils of the Northern Ocean clone. Under the effect of the Philip Swift thunder technique, it was as if he didn't need to take a breath. Without the slightest pause, he immediately turned around and thrust his spear at the golden-armored warrior. With the help of his companions, he finally managed to catch his breath. Just having suppressed his injuries, before he could even regroup, Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone's attack immediately arrived before him once more. That golden-armored martial practitioner clenched his teeth, wielding the precipitous golden armor to forcibly resist the Northern Ocean clone's spear. The Northern Ocean clone was shocked as he repeated the same method, ripping apart the defenses of the precipitous golden armor once more. While the other party was dumbfounded, a spear as fast as lightning pierced through the gap and through his chest. That golden-armored martial practitioner's ferocity was stimulated as he ignored himself, grabbing onto the shaft of the fish dragon spear with a single hand, not letting the Northern Ocean clone draw it. At the same time, he also brazenly stabbed towards the Northern Ocean clone with his spear. The Northern Ocean clone directly let go of the fish dragon spear, his figure like the wind as he soared through the 9 heavens, evading his opponent's dying blow. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived behind the golden-armored cultivator. Substituting a spear with his fist, the Northern Ocean clone punched out, striking the back of his opponent's head. A tiny speck of crimson blood appeared between the brows of that golden-armored martial practitioner's head. The bloodstain expanded unceasingly, finally forming a massive bloody hole. This golden-armored martial practitioner was slain on the spot by Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. The Northern Ocean clone leisurely circled back to his opponent, who was already a corpse, casually plucking out the fish dragon spear in a leisurely manner. However, the other Grand Xian Dynasty martial practitioners present all felt a chill run through their hearts as a chill shot up their spines, all the way to their heads from the soles of their feet. At this moment, they no longer had the confidence and motivation to persevere any further. Everyone scattered like birds and beasts, going their separate ways, as they only hoped that Yin Zhaoge would not pursue them, placing all their hopes on the Northern Ocean clone's spear targeting someone else first. How they would account for this to King Xuanmu afterwards was already not something they could consider. There was only one thing they were concerned about now, and that was how to flee from Yin Zhaoge. This youth's methods were really too powerful to the point of being inconceivable. Seeing this, the Northern Ocean clone smiled, his figure flickering as he traversed the heavens and the earth, already arriving behind one of them and stabbing him to death with a single spear strike. Afterwards, he spun and chased in another direction, arriving later as he intercepted a second person. He was too fast such that his opponent would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. A Grand Xian Dynasty martial practitioner who was fleeing in the opposite direction heaved a sigh of relief as he continued fleeing. However, a swordlight flew over from the distance, chopping off his head. Yin Zhaoge had one hand behind his back, the other wielding the glorious rainbow sword. His expression relaxed as though he was taking a stroll in the green. Yet, all his opponents felt utter despair. After slaying another person, Yin Zhaoge gazed in a certain direction amidst space, smiling. "Long time no see, Mr. Chun. How have you been, Mr. Bai?" The figures of Chun Zhiliang and Bai Ziming appeared in the distant horizon. They were somewhat unable to reply as they just stared blankly at everything before them, unable to recover for a long time. They had originally come to see the situation at the Radiant Light sect, but who knew that they would see something completely unexpected. Yin Zhaoge smiled casually. "Right? I was unable to find a chance to return it earlier. Your jade pendant is still with me, Mr. Bai." Recovering, Bai Ziming hurriedly said, "It's fine." He involuntarily glanced at his surroundings once more, murmuring in admiration, "Unbelievable, unbelievable." Chun Zhiliang first looked at the Northern Ocean clone before turning to Yin Zhaoge himself. "This clone of yours is truly powerful. The martial art that he cultivates and has truly obtained the will of the Kunpeng, being one of the peak martial arts. As a personal disciple of the Southeastern Exalt, the martial arts that he cultivated in could also be considered top tier in the entire world beyond worlds, as he was rarely a match for martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. Even though that golden-armored martial practitioner of the Grand Xian Dynasty wielded a mid-grade sacred artifact earlier, Chun Zhiliang would still have dared to battle him barehanded. However, against Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone, He felt that he had no confidence at all. What is even more unbelievable is that you yourself actually seem to be even more powerful than this clone of yours at the same cultivation level. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, a look of shock surfaced within the depths of Chen Zhiyang's gaze as well. Your strength really cannot be measured by the cultivation bases that everyone knows of. He unconsciously glanced at the wound of the sky beside him, unable to help but sigh. If you continue staying in the lower worlds, I even suspect that you will not be able to reach the seeing divinity stage at all before you will be rejected by the power of dimensions, unable to remain in that lower world. Hearing his words, an expression of deep agreement appeared on by Ziming's face. Yin Zhaoge smiled. You are polite. Chen Zhiyang looked at the wound of the sky. Do you have a way to go down now? I believe that King Xuanmu will return to the world beyond worlds very soon. At that time, it will be difficult for you. After all, the difference in cultivation bases is just too great. Yin Zhaoge was about to speak when the wound of the sky before him suddenly shook intensely. To be continued. Chapter 761. The wound of the sky shook intensely. A few figures vaguely visible amidst the radiance formed of the pressuring power of dimensions. When they had shot out of the wound of the sky, they saw that it was precisely King Xuanmu. It was just that this current ruler of the Grand Qian dynasty was currently in an extremely sorry state. The crown on his head had been completely shattered, his hair disheveled as fresh blood dripped from a tragic wound on his left shoulder and right abdomen. There was a dark red scar on his forehead. Blood flowed down from his forehead and dyed half of his face red. Behind King Xuanmu were a few Grand Qian dynasty martial practitioners who had descended to the Eight Extremities world alongside him earlier. It was just that while they had left with the momentum of a vast army, only a mere few remained now that they had returned. Lingering fear still remained on everyone's faces as they hurriedly left the wound of the sky behind them, as if it was a deep abyss of destruction. What exactly is this Eight Extremities world? Besides that Yin Zhaoge father and son, there are actually other heaven-shocking experts here. Are they really born and bred in that lower world? It can't be that they are from some power of the world beyond worlds, right? Monstrous geniuses and monsters are appearing one after another. This is truly unbelievable. At this moment, the Grand Qian dynasty martial practitioners who had been able to return to the world beyond worlds through the wound of the sky all simultaneously had the same thought. Fortunately, the other party was unable to catch up. With the wound of the sky and the barrier of the heavens and earth separating the world beyond worlds and the lower world, it was really too good. No one dared to say this out loud. That would be too weak, boosting the morale of their enemies while diminishing their own. However, this was what everyone was thinking within their hearts. Also, this thought lingered in their minds for a long time, unable to dissipate. The Grand Qian dynasty martial practitioners looked like they had lost their parents. King Xuanmu himself similarly feeling utterly dejected. Personally leading the army and descending to the lower world, he had actually been heavily injured by someone in the end, nearly dying down there. Yes, that was right. His cultivation base had been suppressed to the third level of the martial saint realm by the power of dimensions. Even so, however, his strength was still much greater than that of true late merging avatar martial saints. Yet his opponent was even more powerful than him. That saber aura, which resembled the descent of a monarch, even caused King Xuanmu, who had reigned over the royal reed sea for so many years, to feel a sense of misconception. The other party was the true supreme being, and he could only submit to him. He wanted to shatter this illusion, but the result proved that this feeling was right. His dignity did not allow him to admit defeat just like this. Still, the truth was that if he had hesitated slightly just now and had not released the restrictions and ascended in time, he would have perished in a foreign land, perishing within the Eight Extremities world. He had managed to break free of the Eight Extremities world in time, ascending to the world beyond worlds as he had barely managed to evade that supreme saber. That terrifying blade still shattered his crown and left a scar on his forehead. If he had been any slower, his entire head would have been split open by that saber. The Grand Qian dynasty had already suffered quite a few losses at Yin Zhaoge's hands. However, those who had directly clashed with Yin Zhaoge and sown a life and death enmity with him were mostly figures of the Shunling Ten Swords. Before this, amidst his hostility towards Yin Zhaoge, King Xuanmu had also felt some admiration towards him. However, having personally entered the Eight Extremities world this time and returning in defeat, having narrowly escaped death, King Xuanmu was unable to relax at all. Unprecedented depression and resentment. "Your Majesty," a Grand Qian dynasty martial practitioner asked. King Xuanmu's face was sunken, resembling a volcano that was about to erupt. Having left the wound of the sky and returned to the world beyond worlds, his cultivation base had instantly recovered. The wound on his body, which had originally been bleeding unceasingly, now gradually retracted, no longer bleeding. Rampant saber chi was still rampaging about his wound. However, having returned to the world beyond worlds, he was finally able to suppress and expel it, preventing it from continuing to wreak havoc. How powerful were the fleshly bodies of martial saints? How intricate was their control over their bodies? Yet, back in the Eight Extremities world, King Xuanmu had been unable to even staunch his own bleeding. Even now, while he had temporarily suppressed his injuries from worsening, those heavy injuries were still real, as they would not be able to recover from within a short period of time. As he thought of this, King Xuanmu's expression turned even gloomier than before. He spat out the words through his teeth, "Return to the capital and prepare the chaotic heavenly falling treasure pouch." He did not have the face to seek help from Kongping, Dongsheng, and Guzhong. Preparing the chaotic heavenly falling treasure pouch and descending to the Eight Extremities world along with the high-grade sacred artifact, the King Qian spear, he definitely had to personally regain his face. The Grand Qian dynasty had as many experts as there were clouds, its four lord protectors all being peak seeing divinity martial saints. Having hurriedly descended to the Eight Extremities world this time, he had not made sufficient preparations. Now that he had returned, he was determined to flatten that lower world which had nearly caused him to fail miserably. Hearing his words, the spirits of the Grand Qian dynasty martial practitioners all rose. "King, let's not waste our breath on them. If the King Qian spear can descend to that lower world and release the restrictions, then we can directly destroy that world from within." Someone gnashed his teeth. That Yin Zhaoge's lineage and this world from which he was born will be reduced to dust together. King Xuanmu did not express his stance. After exiting the wound of the sky, he immediately roared in a heavy tone, "Where is Yao Hai?" Before he had finished speaking, his expression changed greatly. It was not that he could not see the Grand Qian dynasty martial practitioners who should have been guarding the wound of the sky. Instead, he felt that the connection between him and the King Qian spear had been severed. Gazing over, King Xuanmu saw Yin Zhaoge standing amidst the empty heavens and earth, a massive palace hovering beside him. Looking at King Xuanmu, Yin Zhaoge smiled. Is Yao Hai referring to him? Standing beside Yin Zhaoge, the Northern Ocean clone picked up a corpse which was shockingly still garbed in golden armor. Looking at the massive, bloodied hole on the forehead of that golden-armored martial practitioner, and then at the smiling Yin Zhaoge, King Xuanmu could only feel the flames of fury shooting straight to the top of his head as he was hard-pressed to suppress them. King Qian's spear. Concentrating, King Xuanmu finally felt a hint of spiritual qi fluctuations that were weak to the point of virtually undetectable, originating from the King Qian spear that he was most familiar with. And this fluctuation clearly originated from a myriad dragon palace beside Yin Zhaoge. Seeing his appearance, Yin Zhaoge could not help but smile. "Are you still looking for something?" King Xuanmu's vision darkened as he glared viciously at Qin Zhiliang. Is Golden Court Mountain going to go back on their word? Qin Zhiliang frowned slightly, but before he could answer, he heard King Xuanmu say coldly, "If I do not kill this Yin Zhaoge, how would this king have the face to stand between the heavens and the earth? Even if Golden Court Mountain helps him today, this king will definitely not compromise." Saying thus, a spear suddenly appeared within his palm, blazing flames blazing to the heavens as he pierced straight towards Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge said, "This Yan's appearance here has nothing to do with the lineage of the Southeastern Exalt. Do not sully the reputation of the Southeastern Exalt." The Northern Ocean clone transformed into the silhouette of a kunpeng, sweeping along Yin Zhaoge and the myriad dragon palace as he soared high into the air, shooting into the nine heavens. King Xuanmu pursued, but the Northern Ocean clone was too fast, as he was actually unable to close the distance between them within a short period of time. Seeing the rage on King Xuanmu's face grow even greater, Yin Zhaoge laughed. Even Kong Ping would not be confident of leaving him behind, let alone King Xuanmu, who no longer possessed the King Xian spear. More importantly, King Xuanmu was currently riddled with injuries as his strength had been greatly diminished. If not for the fact that he was currently unable to use the extreme Yang seal, Yin Zhaoge would even like to clash head-on with this expert of the 6th level of the martial saint realm. Looking at King Xuanmu, who was enraged yet unable to do anything to him, Yin Zhaoge waved his hands at him, chuckling. "If you have the ability, come and hit me." To be continued. Chapter 762 of the Grand Xian Dynasty's 7 foul treasured spears. There were the Great Rock treasured spear and the White Crane treasured spear. The former was swift, while the latter was agile. When King Xuanmu had clashed with others in his life, the vast majority of the time, he had never suffered a disadvantage in terms of speed. At this moment, however, facing an opponent who was merely an early-seeing divinity martial saint, he was actually unable to catch up to him even as he flew about. He could barely maintain the distance between them, but he was unable to close the gap. King Xuanmu admitted that his injuries were not light. While it affected his strength, it naturally affected his speed as well. However, with his cultivation base of the 6th level of the martial saint realm, speed had never been his weakness. Yet, he was still unable to catch up to an opponent of the 4th level of the martial saint realm. The other party's speed was really too fast. In terms of speed alone, even Kong Ping and the others who cultivated in the time-flowing sword would probably be unable to catch up to Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone at the same cultivation level. The Northern Ocean clone's forte was speed in the first place, having long ago been able to match the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners who cultivated in the 1,000 illusory streaking light art, their bodies transforming into streaks of light. Today, with his cultivation of the Great Desolate Fishrock art progressing day by day, his speed had risen to a whole new level as he was already able to reign supreme over all martial practitioners of the same cultivation level within the Royal Reed Sea. Even King Xuanmu could only eat the dust behind them, let alone the others of the Grand Xian dynasty who could not even arouse the thought of chasing after them. When Chun Zhiliang and Bai Ziming saw this, they had complicated expressions on their faces. Such speed is truly rare. He has truly obtained the true meaning of the kunpeng. Exasperated, King Xuanmu gradually calmed down. While he felt vexed, he still followed closely behind Yin Zhaoge, not relaxing in the slightest. Even though Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone was shockingly fast, he did not believe that a 4th level martial saint would be able to compete in endurance with him. King Xuanmu made up his mind to pursue relentlessly, not giving Yin Zhaoge a chance to catch his breath, as he wanted to deplete the Northern Ocean clone's stamina as much as possible. As his stamina decreased, his speed would naturally slow down. As long as the Northern Ocean clone slowed down, he would rush over and rip him to shreds. He had still been too careless to the extent that he had been separated from the King Xian spear, descending to the lower worlds while leaving the King Xian spear in the world beyond worlds. Not in a place like the capital where experts were as numerous as clouds and security was tight. In the end, he had actually really lost his heirloom. King Xuanmu felt that this was even more shameful than him returning in defeat in the 8 extremities world. He had to take back the King Xian spear. Yin Zhaoge naturally saw through King Xuanmu's intentions. He chuckled and circulated the yin-yang heavenly scriptures method. Yin and yang energies intertwined, creating and nullifying each other in an endless stream. Apart from speed, The Northern Ocean clone was renowned for his strength in the first place. Now that he was unceasingly being supplied with the true essence of his main body, his stamina and aura grew even more protracted. If King Xuanmu wanted to waste time with him, it was hard to say who would be the one wasting time. However, at this moment, the wound of the sky in the distance suddenly shook again. Looks of shock appeared on the faces of Yin Zhaoge, King Xuanmu, Chun Zhiliang, and Bai Ziming. All eyes were on the wound of the sky. The Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners exchanged looks. All of their people who could have retreated had already retreated. The Northern Ocean clone continued speeding along, evading King Xuanmu. Yin Zhaoge sat on the back of the Kunpeng silhouette that the Northern Ocean clone had transformed into, gazing at the wound of the sky in the distance. Looking at the wound of the sky, Bai Ziming said in shock, "Someone of the eight extremities world has surpassed the tolerable limits of the heavens and earth and is about to ascend to this world beyond worlds." When martial practitioners ascended from the lower worlds to the world beyond worlds, they did not necessarily have to pass through a wound of the sky. If they did not pass through a wound of the sky, there were many possibilities for them to land in the world beyond worlds after ascending. Still, if they just happened to be near the entrance of a wound of the sky, they would arrive in the world beyond worlds through it, landing in the crevice of the wound of the sky on the opposite side. Whether someone had ascended or had ascended due to a lack of cultivation base, the changes in the wounds of the sky would be different. Having ascended from a floating gate world himself, Bai Ziming was immediately able to tell that someone from the eight extremities world had reached a sufficient cultivation base. Chun Zhiliang, however, was able to discern even more. The power of dimensions is pressuring unceasingly as it is unstable. Yet, that person has not ascended, instead seeming to be in a stalemate with the power of dimensions. Bai Ziming was taken aback. Doesn't that mean that this person has yet to attain the seeing divinity martial saint realm, having yet to refine his acupoints to see divinity, being unable to resist the power of dimensions? Yet, his strength has already surpassed the tolerable limits of the eight extremities world. Everyone present was dazed. Even King Xuanmu was taken aback, as he seemed to have thought of something. Chun Zhiliang gazed shockingly at Yin Zhaoge. "Little friend Yin, I really cannot think of anyone else in this world besides you who has yet to attain the seeing divinity martial saint realm can actually surpass the tolerable limits of the heavens and earth. Who exactly is this?" Within the myriad dragon palace, Feng Yunsheng and Ahu exchanged looks, speaking simultaneously. Martial uncle sect leader, family head, Yin Zhaoge could not help but laugh uproariously. Those of the Grand Xian dynasty felt their hairs stand on end from Yin Zhaoge's laughter. King Xuanmu was still fine, but the expressions of the other Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners all changed greatly. Earlier, they had still been saying that the wound of the sky just happened to obstruct the malefic star of the lower worlds, that the other party would not be able to catch up. Yet, from the looks of it now, could it be that the other party had directly caught up just like that? Even the boundaries of the heavens and earth were unable to obstruct his footsteps? Looking at the battered and defeated martial practitioners of the Grand Xian dynasty, Chun Zhiliang and Bai Ziming understood as well. Their expressions simultaneously changed as they simultaneously lunged towards the vicinity of the wound of the sky. Chun Zhiliang inhaled deeply, throwing out a small seal. After landing on the wound of the sky, the radiance of the wound of the sky gradually turned illusory. The illusory radiance was clear and transparent, the chaotic space and time within seemingly becoming orderly for a short period of time. Under such circumstances, the spatial passageway seemed to be temporarily fixed in place, resembling a tangible tunnel that went straight as one would be able to see the scene on the other end of it. Without the disturbance of space and time, with the vision of Chun Zhiliang and the others, they would be able to clearly see the entrance to the wound of the sky. That was precisely the eight extremities world. Currently, in the eight extremities world where the sacred Sun Clan's world illuminating peak had been, two figures were hovering in the air. A handsome man whose temples were slightly stained with frost was seated in the meditative position at the entrance to the wound of the sky. Radiance flickered by the crevice in space, sweeping him along as it seemed to want to drag him within. The entire eight extremities world was shaking at this moment, the mountains and seas roiling. A majestic, formless force repelled that man together, wanting to drive him out of the eight extremities world. Seeing that face, which bore a 60 to 70% resemblance to Yin Zhaoga's, those of the world beyond worlds all unconsciously swallowed their saliva. This man was naturally Yin Di. While the current Yin Di was not tolerated in the eight extremities world, his expression was still composed. The acupoints of his entire body were shaking slightly, streams of qi surging from within, surging and surging. Yin Zhaoga laughed loudly. It was indeed his father. At this moment, Yin Di had shockingly merged his body, avatar and soul as one, having attained the third level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage. It must have been after his battle with the Grand Qian dynasty that he had finally taken this step. This step was merely a step up to a higher level for everyone else in the eight extremities world. However, for Yin Di, who had originally already been invincible in this world, not only would he be invincible amongst men from now onwards, even this eight extremities world would no longer be able to keep him, unable to trap him. To be continued. Chapter 763. At the third level of the martial saint realm, Yin Di had already surpassed many seeing divinity martial saints in terms of pure strength. He was currently situated amid space between the eight extremities world and the world beyond worlds, seated at the entrance to the wound of the sky. The entire eight extremities world was shaking as it assisted Yin Di in leaving this world. This shocking scene was even more shocking than the ascension of the Sacred Sun clan's Purple Sun Marshal Saint Zhang Chao. In the world beyond worlds, those who could directly see the scenes of the eight extremities world through the crevice of the wound of the sky all had shocked looks on their faces. As the Grand Qian dynasty martial practitioners looked at that figure that resembled a nightmare, the terrifying memories from not long ago immediately surfaced within their minds once more. Chun Zhiliang and Bai Ziming were both in awe as well, looks of disbelief on their faces. There actually really exists such a person who hails from the same lower world as Yin Zhaoga, and they are father and son. Bai Ziming shook his head repeatedly, his tone still filled with disbelief even now. Chun Zhiliang's gaze flickered slightly. He should have just advanced from the mid-merging avatar stage to the late merging avatar stage. His strength is indeed shocking. Still, he has to face some difficulties now. When other martial practitioners ascended to the world beyond worlds after reaching the fourth level of the martial saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage, it was because their strength surpassed the tolerable limits of the lower world, being rejected by the power of dimensions as they naturally ascended. On the other hand, refining their acupoints to see divinity also gave martial practitioners the ability to independently resist the pressure of the power of dimensions. Without having seen true divinity, with their acupoints not resonating with actual stars, even if their fleshly body and martial cultivation base could ascend, they would still be hard-pressed to resist the pressure of dimensions. While Yin Di had successfully ascended now, in the process of leaving the eight extremities world and entering the world beyond worlds, his body and soul might be forcibly ripped apart by the power of dimensions. He is actually stuck between a rock and a hard place now, Chen Zhiliang said with a solemn expression on his face. He should have ascended with the help of a treasure, like his son, little friend Yin. That way, things would not be as awkward as they are now. When conversing with Yin Zhaoga earlier, Chen Zhiliang had sighed at how Yin Zhaoga might be able to ascend to the world beyond worlds without having to reach the seeing divinity stage. This was not just praise. He had actually felt fortunate for Yin Zhaoga as well. It was just praise. Never would he have thought that Yin Zhaoga came from the eight extremities world. Bai Ziming reacted now as he instantly felt greatly, a pity. After their initial panic, the Grand Qian dynasty martial practitioners all calmed down. The problem that Chun Zhiliang and Bai Ziming had thought of they had also thought of it. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. The Grand Qian dynasty martial practitioners discussed animatedly, all feeling as though the rock in their hearts had finally been eased as they felt greatly at ease. Fortunately, this person can't come up. He might even directly die in the wound of the sky. If the mountain doesn't move, the road won't move. It's hard to predict whether it'll be a blessing or a disaster. When he was flaunting his power earlier, did he expect that he would be in such a predicament? To tell you the truth, when I was in the lower realms earlier, I expected that this day would come. I just didn't expect it to come so soon. Someone even had a pitiful expression on his face. Perhaps this is the true meaning of the heavens being jealous of geniuses. There are too many outstanding people, but they die because of the rules of the world. Humans can't take them, but the heavens will take their lives. King Xuanmu's gaze calmed once more before he continued chasing after Yin Zhaoge. Sitting on the back of the Kunpeng silhouette, Yin Zhaoge soared through the 9 heavens, avoiding King Xuanmu as his gaze remained fixed on the wound of the sky. Chun Zhiliang roared loudly. Little friend Yin, persuade him to disperse a portion of his true essence in the opposite direction, suppressing his power and preventing him from immediately ascending now. Once he has made sufficient preparations and refined his acupoints to see divinity, everything will naturally fall into place. Do not advance recklessly just because of a moment of greed. In a myriad dragon palace, Xiao AI looked at Feng Yunsheng and Ahu. Young master is so formidable. Still, this maid feels that the words of that senior, surnamed Chun, make sense. Ahu shook his head like a rattle drum. Definitely not. Feng Yunsheng said slowly, I heard Zhaoge say before that chief's martial intent is one of advancing with an indomitable will, only advancing and never retreating. He can temporarily halt and temper his saber, but he definitely cannot regress and move in the opposite direction. Otherwise, his saber will be completely blunt, with no hope of improving at all in this lifetime, as he can only remain where he is. Unless he starts all over again, starting everything over from the beginning. Xiao AI opened her mouth wide. What could be done then? Without refining his acupoints to see divinity, he will likely die if he enters the wound of the sky. This was also what everyone else was thinking at this moment. Yendi had just stepped into the 3rd level of the martial saint realm. How would he be able to immediately advance to the 4th level of the martial saint realm, refining his acupoints to see divinity? Thank you for your concern, Mr. Chun. Still, there is no need to worry about my father, Yin Zhaoge laughed. Everyone was taken aback. Opposite the wound of the sky, Yendi sat in the meditative position amid space, his eyes tightly shut. Now he suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze seemingly traversing through numerous layers of space to arrive even higher up in the sky as he gazed directly at those of the world beyond worlds. Facing the laughing Yin Zhaoge, Yendi smiled as well. Then he abruptly stood up, forming a saber with his palm as he chopped down towards the wound of the sky. A majestic, tyrannical saber intent pierced straight through the sky, penetrating the 8 extremities world as it resembled the creation of the heavens and the earth, establishing the human world once more. The acupoints of Yendi's entire body shuddered together, roiling true essence converging at the Danzhong acupoint on his chest. His saber intent pierced through the entire universe, opening a path to the heavens that directly connected to the sea of stars of the universe. All the stars seemed to be resonating with him for a moment. As Yendi's Danzhong acupoint shuddered, an actual star in the sky also resonated with him with a strange rhythm. In the world beyond worlds, Chun Zhiliang, Bai Ziming, King Xuanmu, and the others all watched this scene in shock. They watched as Yendi consecutively broke through 2 barriers, ascending to the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage, then ascending to the next level, refining his acupoints to see divinity as he ascended to the seeing divinity stage. Streams of light flickered from Yendi's body, illuminating the entire 8 extremities world. Every one of the 8 extremities world watched as Yendi appeared within the sky, entering the wound of the sky and ascending step by step, leaving the eight extremities world and heading to even higher heavens and earth. Everyone from the 5 lakes and 4 seas, mountains and rivers all let out heartfelt sighs of admiration as they bowed towards Yen-Di in the sky. Congratulations, heaven-trampling Lord, on your ascension. A skinny, ruddy, one-armed old man stood beside the wound of the sky, smiling as he looked at his disciple. His disciple had surpassed his master. While he was Yen-Di's guardian, he had never once looked worried. From beginning to end, Yuan Zhengfeng had only watched quietly from the sidelines, watching as his disciple opened the path to the heavens with a single saber. With a single saber, Yen-Di had carved out a smooth path for himself. Within the wound of the sky, the terrifying, distorted power of dimensions transformed into a stairway beneath his feet at this moment. Yen-Di ascended the stairway, traversing numerous layers of space as he arrived in the world beyond worlds. Having entered the world beyond worlds, Yen-Di's gaze fell on King Xuanmu, who was currently in the midst of pursuing Yen Zhaoge. He raised his brows, his gaze like a saber. Let us continue that battle just now. Amidst his words, his saber intent that cleaved the heavens and split the earth broke through space, instantly arriving before King Xuanmu. To be continued. Chapter 764. Seeing King Xuanmu hot on Yen Zhaoge's heels, Yen-Di raised his brows, chopping downwards with his saber. King Xuanmu was greatly enraged. You dare? Do you think this is still that lower realm? This king admits that your talent and strength are both supreme, but that is in the 8 extremities world. In this world beyond worlds, you are nothing more than a pawn. He did not hesitate in the slightest as he abandoned Yen Zhaoge, directly meeting Yen-Di's saber. The 5-fire true technique was pushed to the extreme. Even without the Xin King spear in hand, the terrifying 7-foul treasured spear pierced through the void in an instant. The quintessential essence turned into monstrous flames. Wherever it burned, the void seemed to collapse bit by bit. King Xuanmu's gaze was icy cold, his killing intent resolute. Has your path been too smooth that you have forgotten yourself? In the lower realms, you run amok without fear. Here, you're nothing. The sea of flames that filled the sky gathered at the tip of the spear, and its momentum was like a meteor falling to the ground. Yen-Di raised his brows, his tone indifferent. Here, your cultivation base will indeed no longer be suppressed by the dimensions of the heavens and earth. However, the me here is also different from before. He brandished his blade, majestic purple light condensing into a blade that formed the heavens, tyrannical and disdainful as it brazenly shattered King Xuanmu's spear. The blade light seemed to be invincible. Wherever the blade pointed, it was invincible. The explosive power was unstoppable, breaking through the sea of fire with an unstoppable momentum. Not to mention the blazing fire in front of him. Even if it was the heavens, hell, immortals, Buddhas, and deities, as long as they stood in the path of the blade, they would be killed, destroyed, and crushed. Yen-Di's saber seemed to have merged with a great momentum. The heavens and the earth were opened, and the fortune of creation revolved. The great 1,000 worlds changed, and they moved towards the end. His saber intent was not purely about extermination, slaughter, and destruction. Instead, it seemed to be the general trend of the world, the torrent of fate. Any existence that tried to go against the current and go against the obstruction would be crushed into pieces by the great momentum of the world. Therefore, he was successful in every endeavor, and he just kept moving forward. Forward again. King Xuanmu was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as he watched helplessly as his 7-foul treasured spear was hacked apart by Yen-Di with a single saber. A fact that was hard for him to accept was right before his eyes. Even if he returned to the world beyond worlds, he would still not be Yen-Di's match. As a late-seeing divinity martial saint, he had been unable to defeat a 4th-level martial saint who had just refined his acupoints to see divinity and ascended to the world beyond worlds. Currently heavily injured, he was no longer at his peak state. However, what shocked him even more was that even if he were at his peak state, he would still not have sufficient confidence in obtaining victory against the current Yendi. Even though King Xuanmu was used to seeing storms, his emotions were still shaken at this moment. Yendi split open the heavens with his saber, a majestic force breaking through the sea of flames as he directly arrived before King Xuanmu. Not daring to be careless, King Xuanmu brandished the white crane-treasured spear as his figure rapidly evading that terrifying purple saber light. A purple saber appeared in Yendi's hands, the shadow of a dragon coiling around it as a long roar resounded. Its appearance was exactly the same as the high-grade spirit weapon, the heavenly dragon saber, but its saber intent and power were worlds apart. The high-grade spirit artifact of the past had already been shattered, the fragments having been combined with the corpses of numerous dragons and polished with his saber intent to reforge this sacred artifact saber. His name was still the Heavenly Dragon Saber. However, just like its owner, it had already been reborn, stepping into a brand new heaven and earth. Yendi's domineering aura overflowed as he attacked without defending at all, each saber more ferocious than the previous, as he did not give King Xuanmu a chance to catch his breath in the slightest as he killed over towards him with the momentum of toppling mountains and overturning seas. King Xuanmu could only retreat time and time again. Good move. King Xuanmu stabilized his mind, his fury, hatred, humiliation, and shock all having been eliminated. His mind regained its calm as there was only a single thing on his mind, which was how to deal with the enemy before him. A robe on his body lit up with numerous layers of radiance, innumerable talismans appearing on its surface. This immortal talisman embroidered robe was a rare mid-grade sacred artifact that could regulate its own power and descend into the lower worlds. It had accompanied King Xuanmu in descending into the Eight Extremities world earlier. In King Xuanmu's escape from the Eight Extremities world, this treasure had played a huge role. At this moment, this mid-grade sacred artifact finally unleashed its full power as it displayed its original flair. King Xuanmu no longer dared to underestimate or be careless in the slightest, as he completely treated the person before him as an opponent who was his equal or even stronger than him. While seeing divinity martial saints could already wield the full power of mid-grade sacred artifacts, at the end of the day, it was the person controlling the weapon, not the other way around. A mid-grade sacred artifact in the hands of King Xuanmu, who was at the peak of the late-seeing divinity stage, possessed extraordinary power. Innumerable talismans transformed into numerous barriers of light, helping King Xuanmu to block Yendi's saber. Yendi's expression did not change. Whatever you have, whatever abilities you have, I will break through it with a single saber. Where the terrifying purple saber light passed, innumerable talismans shattered, scattering into dust all over the ground as light shone brightly, resembling a thin mist that enveloped the heavens and the earth. Yendi willed slightly as he discovered that mist of light had transformed into infinite sharpness, attacking towards him from all directions as it was omnipresent and omnipresent. Saber wielding in his right hand, he still hacked out viciously. At the same time, Yendi suddenly opened his mouth, abruptly inhaling. Like a whale sucking in water, infinite light dust was suddenly sucked into Yendi's mouth and swallowed into his abdomen. Chun Zhiliang and Bai Ziming had dazed expressions on their faces. Facing that light dust, they would either defend against it or evade it, absolutely unwilling to let it touch them. Yet, this Yendi before them had actually directly swallowed it into his abdomen. The internal organs of the human body were far more fragile than the tendons, bones, skin, and bones of the body. Seeing this, King Xuanmu inhaled deeply. After controlling the immortal talisman embroidered robe and barely blocking Yendi's saber once more, this current king of the Grand Xian dynasty, an expert at the peak of the 6th level of the martial saint realm, did not even leave a single word as he immediately turned and left. Seeing this scene, the other Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners were all rendered speechless. After their shock, they all seemed to have woken up from a dream as they all fled into the distance. Yendi hacked out with his saber, breaking through the layers of light, missed once more as he hacked down on the blazing fire that protected King Xuanmu's body. King Xuanmu emitted a muffled groan as he landed in the Eight Extremities world, his wound that had already temporarily healed breaking apart, once more as fresh blood spurted out. He did not even look back as he instead sped up, continuing to flee into the distance. Yendi's saber surged madly once more as the low-grade sacred artifact, the heavenly dragon saber, now began shaking slightly. Father, having reached the seeing divinity stage, you should refine this saber once more. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge instead laughed loudly. I will first help you find a temporary replacement. While it might not suit you, it will definitely be a good saber. He slapped the door of the Myriad Dragon Palace. Yunsheng. Within the Myriad Dragon Palace, Feng Yunsheng similarly smiled as she said, Chief, please allow this disciple to secretly learn a few moves from you. Black fire and devilish qi suddenly surged out from within the great hall as a black saber that flickered with a dim blue luster and was wreathed in black fire shot straight before Yendi. A hint of a smile surfaced on Yendi's cold face as the clouds broke and the sun rose. It should be said that I am basking in the light of you youngsters. He held the dragon's centipede in his right hand and held it behind his back. His left hand directly grabbed the cold sun divine saber flying over, and he slashed out with his saber. The purple saber light that was wreathed in black fire and demonic qi instantly lit up the world, turning it a dark purple. An unstoppable edge destroyed the heavens and earth as it chased after the fleeing King Xuanmu. To be continued. Chapter 765. After being nurtured by Feng Yinsheng day and night, the strength of the cold sun divine saber had ceaselessly increased and recovered, and it was only a matter of time before it returned to the might of the Rahu saber of the past. Now that this saber had landed in Yendi's hands, it instantly displayed a ferocious might that surged to the heavens. The black flames and devilish aura formed by the power of corrosion merged with the purple saber aura, turning the entire saber aura dark purple. The brutal saber light instantly broke through the defense of King Xuanmu's immortal talisman embroidered robe. Billions of radiant spirit talismans were destroyed at the same time. The mist of light and dust that had been created were also completely destroyed by the terrifying saber light. The majestic and domineering divine blade cut through the immortal talisman embroidered robe like a hot knife through butter, landing directly on King Xuanmu's body. Greatly alarmed, King Xuanmu's entire body surged with five-colored fiery light, transforming into the phoenix, azure luan, great roc, peacock, white crane, swan, and owl. The five flames, seven fowl soared together, forming heavy storms of flames that swept through the heavens and the earth, protecting King Xuanmu's entire body. However, wherever the saber light of Yendi's terrifying saber passed, flames dispersed and bird feathers fell. The storm of flames was directly cleaved apart by the saber light, a new wound instantly appearing on King Xuanmu's back. He let out a miserable groan, but didn't dare to stop. He could only flee. Yendi strode forward in pursuit. Where his saber light passed, the flow of time in the heavens and earth around King Xuanmu's body became strange. King Xuanmu's speed had decreased, but the speed of the saber light had increased. Black-purple light flashed as blade after blade swept through the heavens, pursuing King Xuanmu relentlessly. As he unceasingly struck out with his saber, Yendi's aura surged increasingly as the unceasing saber intent of the heavens and the earth grew stronger and stronger, sweeping everything before it. Chasing after King Xuanmu, Yendi kept the heavenly dragon saber in his right hand, having just arrived in this land, having an expert as a sacrifice to my saber. What a joyous thing it is. He raised the cold sun divine saber in his left hand high above his head, and then slashed downwards. All the light in the world dimmed at this moment. Everyone's vision suddenly turned black, and they couldn't see anything clearly. There was only that unstoppable saber intent, which had reached a whole new level of strength as it enveloped the entire spirit inheritance region of the Royal Reed Sea. King Xuanmu's tragic cries rang out by everyone's ears. The next moment, the darkness dissipated. Everyone looked into the distance and saw two figures standing where the sea and the sky intersected. One of them had a long black saber in his left hand. He held the saber upside down and put it behind his back. In front of him was a headless corpse. In the sky, a large head spun and flew up. After reaching the highest point, it quickly fell back down. The head's eyes were wide open in fury, an expression of both shock and fury still remaining on it. It was shockingly King Xuanmu. Yendi extended his right hand, catching King Xuanmu's head. After glancing at it, his true essence absorbed the headless corpse that was already beginning to descend towards the sea down below. He turned and strode away, bringing along King Xuanmu's corpse as he strode through space, returning to the side of Yin Zhaoge and the others. The Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners who had wanted to flee earlier had been consecutively slain by the Northern Ocean clone. Those lucky survivors who had their path blocked and were in the midst of resisting were currently looking dazedly at Yin Di and the head that he was holding in his hand. Even Chen Zhiliang and Bai Ziming revealed shocked expressions as they sucked in breaths of cold air. After witnessing Yin Di's ascension, they already knew that the person before them was no ordinary person, let alone a lower world. Even in the world beyond worlds, he would be a top-notch genius, a heaven-defying genius. Still, personally witnessing Yin Di slay King Xuanmu with a saber still left them feeling incomparably shocked. After all, that was a peak expert of the late-seeing divinity stage, a mighty figure of the Royal Reed Sea, a monarch and hegemon of a region. Even though he had been injured in the Eight Extremities world earlier, his might had still not been concealed. The strength that he had displayed in his earlier clash with Yin Di had left all the spectators sighing in admiration. Now, however, such a peak expert had already been beheaded. The one who had slain him was a martial practitioner who had just ascended from the lower worlds, having just entered the seeing divinity stage. Even Chen Zhiliang, a personal disciple of the Southeastern Exalt who had seen countless experts and geniuses, was unable to speak for a long time now. Even eldest apprentice brother probably did not possess such strength at this cultivation level. I really don't know who else can achieve this. Gazing unconsciously at Yin Zhaoge, Chen Zhiliang suddenly smiled bitterly. Oh, there really is. Bai Ziming shook his head repeatedly, not having the mood to speak at all, comparing goods to goods to be thrown away. Both of them were early seeing divinity martial saints, having ascended from the lower worlds to the world beyond worlds. Still, the difference between them was truly as great as the heavens and the earth, as they could not be mentioned in the same breath at all. Looking at the approaching Yin Di, Yin Zhaoge smiled. Father, you shocked the world with a single feat this time, your name immediately spreading far and wide. It was just a coincidence, coming beside Yin Zhaoge. Yin Di smiled. You, on the other hand, have transcended mortality and entered sainthood. As compared to himself, Yin Di was more happy about his son's accomplishments. Yin Zhaoge said, My speed is still passable. We can't let others say that we have a tiger father and a dog son. Yin Di could not help but laugh. You have already surpassed your father. At your age, I had not yet stepped into the martial saint realm. Yin Zhaoge chuckled. Just a moment of carelessness, and I succeeded. Exiting the myriad dragon palace, Feng Yunsheng and the others all made faces at Yin Zhaoge upon hearing his words. Keep acting, keep acting. Yunsheng and Hudding have improved greatly as well. Yin Di smiled as he returned the Cold Sun Divine Saber to Feng Yunsheng. Based on this speed, you will all be able to attain the martial saint realm at a young age, even faster than me. Feng Yunsheng and Ahu hurriedly shook their heads. We cultivated in the world beyond worlds. The environment there is much better than in the Eight Extremities world, and we also have a great amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures from the Dragon Tomb and the Dim Radiant Mausoleum. It is only with such a superior environment that we can achieve such results. You will also have to be willing to put in the effort. Yin Di smiled, turning to look elsewhere. There, a white-clothed girl was currently looking dazedly at him. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Father, this is Xiao Ai, Mother's personal attendant. Having coincidentally met her in the dim, radiant mausoleum this time, I brought her along with me. Yin Di was rather astonished, as he could not help but appraise Xiao Ai once more. Xiao Ai still appeared rather dazed. Yin Di looked at Yin Zhaoge. This is Yin Zhaoge, who already had a certain understanding of Xiao Ai, waved his hands. You were too handsome just now. She is currently infatuated with you. She will naturally recover after a while. What kind of weird things are you saying? While Yin Di said this, he could not help but smile as he understood what was going on. Now, Yin Zhaoge introduced Chen Zhiliang and by zimming to Yin Di. Hearing Yin Zhaoge's introduction, Yin Di said solemnly, Many thanks for taking care of Zhaoge. If there's a chance in the future, I hope that you can head to Golden Court Mountain to meet the Southeastern Exalt. I hope that Mr. Chun can introduce me then. My master being able to return to our 8 Extremities world from the Floating Gate world was largely due to the help of Mr. Bai and Great Snowy Mountain. Indeed, thanks you here. Chun Zhiliang and Bai Zimming regained their wits now as they hurriedly bowed to Yin Di. You are polite. Your son has also helped us with many things. Looking first at Yin Zhaoge and then at Yin Di, they both sighed simultaneously. The father is a hero. The son is a hero. To be continued. Chapter 766. Bai Zimming could only sigh in admiration in his heart. Chun Zhiliang, who was more experienced, was able to think even more. His gaze shifted between Yin Zhaoge, Yin Di, and Feng Yunsheng. That saber chi is ferocious, and it manifests black flames and devilish chi that corrodes everything in its path. It seems to contain the power of corrosion. Chun Zhiliang thought to himself, I actually can't tell what grade this saber is. It doesn't look like a high-grade sacred artifact, but it doesn't look like a mid-grade sacred artifact either. Logically speaking, there aren't many treasures that possess such powerful and pure corrosive power. All of them are world-shaking and famous. Chun Zhiliang's gaze flickered. I wonder if it is the power of the Rahu luminary or the power of the Ketu luminary. Still, that Yin Zhaoge possesses the extreme yang seal. Perhaps the saber is related to the opposing star of the extreme yang, the Rahu luminary. However, the Rahu saber was rumored to have been destroyed many years ago. Thinking of this, Chun Zhiliang felt a little uncertain. That radiant light sect possessing the extreme Yin crown, could it be related to this 8 Extremities world as well? Chun Zhiliang was shocked. This 8 Extremities world actually has such crouching tigers and hidden dragons. He composed himself, looking at Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di again as he grew increasingly cautious. Yin Zhaoge was actually also appraising his father as he asked via sound transmission, I heard Grandmaster mention that he obtained the life creation heavenly scripture of the Jade, clear, direct lineage in the Floating Gate world. From the looks of it, you should have studied it as well. In Yin Di's earlier battle with King Xuanmu, his low-grade sacred artifact, the immortal talisman embroidered robe, had manifested countless spirit talismans with its spiritual energy. The immortal talisman embroidered robe had its own wondrous uses. The talismans formed a light mist barrier that had a powerful defensive power. If the light mist was shattered by the opponent, it would turn into a light mist that filled the sky and hurt the opponent invisibly. After the enemy broke through the defense of the light mist barrier, if they pursued a victorious pursuit and underestimated the immortal talisman embroidered robe, it was very likely that they would be taken advantage of by the light mist and suffer a great loss. When Yin Di had first broken through the light mist barrier and been enveloped by it, he had not evaded or resisted. He did something that made everyone speechless. Without dodging or blocking, he actually opened his mouth and sucked all the light mist in his mouth like a whale sucking in water before swallowing it. When this scene landed before everyone's eyes, the degree of shock was even comparable to when he had killed King Xuanmu later on. Yin Zhaoge was the only one who had been somewhat mentally prepared, recovering very quickly from his slight surprise. The first thought that popped into his mind was the heavenly book of life creation. The reason why Yin Di dared to devour the spirit talisman light was because his life force and recuperative abilities had reached a certain level. The light mist was dark and damaging, but it was a type of continuous damage. The damage caused in an instant wasn't great, but it would accumulate quickly at a high frequency, causing great damage in a short period of time. What was even more amazing was that after a martial artist was hit by this technique, it was very difficult to get rid of it. Even if they could escape with their lives, they would be plagued by a deep-rooted disease in the future. However, the life creation heavenly book happened to be able to restrain such a move. Yin Di had chosen to devour and absorb the mist of light, thinking that the life creation heavenly scripture would be able to help him swiftly refine the mist of light, converting it into his own strength. Indeed, it is this mystical art treasure book. Yin Di smiled. After Master imparted it to me, I have always been making good use of my time to comprehend it. While I have not used it to replace my foundation, I have still benefited greatly from it, feeling that it is boundlessly profound. It is not just the life, creation, heavenly scripture. I have also comprehended the heart's will thunder incantation a little. The fact that I was able to complete my accumulation within a short period of time and advance in my cultivation base, once more, is related to all of this. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoga nodded before asking, after cultivating in it, do you feel that it is the same as Mother's martial legacy? Yin Di shook his head, answering, while they are relative supreme martial arts, there are great differences in the minute details. This should be due to different people having different understandings during the process of the legacy. Therefore, while it is the same as Chuqing's, it is not of the same lineage. When different people cultivated in the same martial art, they would all have their own interpretations and understandings of it as it reached a higher level. Therefore, there would naturally be differences, perhaps even completely opposing sides as contradictory interpretations would appear. Even if the disciples were taught by the same master, the comprehension of the same martial art between the disciples might be different. They would then impart it to their own disciples, with the differences possibly growing greater and greater in the end. While it could be clearly seen that they originated from the same lineage, being of the same lineage but not of the same source, they would naturally have their own unique aspects. Yin Zhaoga nodded, no longer saying anything. In fact, there was a second half of his sentence that he did not say. It had not been obvious in the past. Still, after Yin Di had refined his acupoints to see divinity and stepped into the seeing divinity stage, his saber intent had grown increasingly majestic and domineering, as well as increasingly refined and pure. The general trend gradually took shape, and no one could resist it. Still, observing Yin Di's saber intent, Yin Zhaoga just felt a sense of familiarity that seemed right whilst also wrong. However, like looking at flowers through fog, he was unable to see through it for the time being. As for the life creation heavenly scripture, what Yin Zhaoga was concerned about was its origins. He would slowly inquire about this after meeting Yuan Zhengfeng. Yin Di's saber intent interested Yin Zhaoga even more. Having roamed the world beyond worlds for so long, some fortuitous encounters were already very easy to explain, as they were not as conspicuous as they were in the Eight Extremities world. Therefore, while the peerless heavenly scripture could only be cultivated by him alone, Yin Zhaoga was already prepared to find an opportunity to gradually hand over a portion of the peak martial arts recorded within the Divine Palace's martial repository to his father. Feeling Yin Di's saber intent, Yin Zhaoga felt even more anticipation and curiosity. Yin Di now looked at Hu Ting. Hu hurriedly said, "Master, please give me your orders." Yin Di handed King Xuanmu's corpse to him. Find a place to bury him. Beneath Yin Di's true essence, King Xuanmu's decapitated head remained connected to his corpse. His cultivation base was not weak. It was only by chance that he died so easily by my hands. After all, he was the first expert I slew in the world beyond worlds. Leave him with a complete corpse. Keep his remains, Yin Di said. Hu was taken aback for a moment before he answered solemnly, "Yes, master." He cupped his hands towards Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di, keeping King Xuanmu's corpse and descending towards the great sea down below. Seeing this, Qin Zhiliang sighed as he said, Kong Ping and the others who entered the clear scenic region would probably not have thought that such a change would actually occur after they left. Yin Zhaoge asked, Mr. Chun and Mr. Bai have come specifically regarding the Grand Qian dynasty's attack on the Sun Moon Peak? Qin Zhiliang first shook his head before nodding. We came along with senior apprentice Brother Mu for other matters. Afterwards, seeing that the battle at the Sun Moon Peak was in full swing, Mr. Bai and I came along to take a look. It was also because the extreme Yin Crown had actually appeared on the battlefield of the Spirit Inheritance region. The Kunlun Nine Luminaries were a group of bigwigs who had stabilized the heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds that year. Any one of them could cause the entire heavens and earth to tremble with the stomp of their feet. The extreme Yin Crown was precisely the famed supreme treasure of the exalted lunar luminary. It is regarding the matter in the West. There have been new developments. Therefore, senior apprentice Brother Mu has come along with us to take a look. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Qin Zhiliang pondered for a moment before adding, There are people coming over from the other side. They are in the region of sea around the Spirit Inheritance region and the Clear Scenic region. Yin Zhaoge blinked. To the west of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory was the southern Blazing Heaven Territory. To be continued. Chapter 767. Glancing at Yin Zhaoge, Qin Zhiliang said, If little friend Yin is still active in this region, you should be careful. When the southeastern Exalt's lineage had captured the southern Exalt's personal disciple Wang Hui earlier, Yin Zhaoge had assisted them. He had even personally slain another personal disciple of the southern Exalt, Li Jing. It could be said that while he had yet to go to the southern Blazing Heaven Territory, Yin Zhaoge had already offended the southern Exalt to the core. Qin Zhiliang said slowly, The southern Blazing Heaven Territory has already sent people to our southeastern Golden Court Mountain to meet Master. Still, we discovered that some of them have come directly to the Royal Reed Sea. From the signs, the other side is no simple figure. Instead, they are peak experts with profound cultivation bases. Senior apprentice Brother Lin and senior apprentice Brother Mu have both come here to deal with them. Qin Zhiliang paused for a moment before continuing. Still, due to the endless magnetic storms in the region of the Clear Scenic region, the environment is too complicated. It will not be easy to find them for now. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge nodded. Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Chun. I will be careful later. If I happen to find traces of the descendants of the Southern Exalt's lineage, I'll try to inform you as soon as possible. Qin Zhiliang looked at him. You are indeed going to the Clear Scenic region? That is no ordinary danger ground. The dangers there were not just natural dangers like the endless magnetic storms. The three peak experts of Shun Lingzi's lineage, Kong Ping, Gu Zhang, and He Dongcheng, the three immortal bridge martial saints, entered together. Apart from that, the chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Zuan, who had fled before them, was also a foe and not a friend to Yin Zhaoge. To Yin Zhaoge, the threat of man-made disasters in the Clear Scenic region was even greater than that of natural disasters. Yin Zhaoge smiled, cupping his hands towards Qin Zhiliang and Bai Ziming. This Yin thanks you for your kind intentions. Seeing this, Qin Zhiliang and Bai Ziming knew that he had already made up his mind. This youngster is really incredible, not fearing anything at all. I really don't know if he is crazy or courageous. Qin Zhiliang sighed, ceasing his thoughts as he glanced at Yin Di and the nearby wound of the sky. Having witnessed everything earlier, Qin Zhiliang felt that he had to immediately communicate with Lin Hanhua and Mu Jun. After exchanging some pleasantries with Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di, Qin Zhiliang and Yin Di took their leave. They had come to the vicinity of the Clear Scenic region and the Spirit Inheritance region primarily because of the arrival of disciples of the Southern Exalt's lineage. Having already gained a general understanding of the situation of the conflict between the Grand Qian dynasty and the anti-Qian forces in the Spirit Inheritance region, Qin Zhiliang and Bai Ziming left together. After watching the two leave, Yin Zhaoge swiveled his head and said to Yin Di, I am preparing to head over to the Clear Scenic region. He first briefly explained the latest situation in the Royal Reed Sea, as well as how the radiant light sect Sun Moon Peak had just been breached by the Grand Xian dynasty not long ago. King Xuanmu and a great number of Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners have all been slain by us here. The Grand Xian dynasty's heirloom, the high-grade sacred artifact, the King Xian spear, has also fallen into my hands. Whether or not Kong Ping and the others have dealt with the Radiant Light sect, after they have extricated themselves from the endless magnetic storms, they will definitely seek revenge upon receiving the news. Looking at that wound of the sky, Yin Zhaoge said, "There is no place for us to defend here. We have been too passive. Therefore, I want to take the initiative to attack. While I will have to bear quite a bit of risk, it is also necessary." His gaze turned slightly cold. If we can make use of the endless magnetic storms to do something, it would instead be of a great help to the current us, not being all alone. Yin Di frowned. "While I do not understand this endless magnetic storms from what you have said, even experts of the 7th level of the Martial Saint realm would have to be careful inside. You intend to take advantage of the situation. How confident are you in succeeding?" Yin Zhaoge said, "You can rest easy on this. While the endless magnetic storms are violent, Kong Ping and the other immortal bridge martial saints have already entered. With their cultivation bases, even as they resist the storms, they're actually also suppressing their power. If I go now, it will instead be much safer than usual. As for the threat posed by those people, due to the endless magnetic storms, I will also have a great deal of leeway." Yin Zhaoge glanced at the clear scenic region. "Instead, if I want to enter, I will have to make haste." Yin Di pondered for a moment before saying, "All these years, I have always been very reassured in how you handle things. While you like to make risky moves, you still do not lose your sense of propriety. You have long since grown up and have your own ideas. I am very supportive of that. Still, I fear that I will not be able to accompany you this time." Yin Di's brows were knit tightly. "According to what you said just now, this Grand Xian dynasty has other experts of the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm besides that King Xuanmu, and not just a single one at that. If they rush over, I will have to stand guard here at the wound of the sky. While the 8 Extremities world currently has masters sitting over it, we cannot let him bear all the pressure. In having descended into the 8 Extremities world with his people this time, the 8 Extremities world had truly given them a massive surprise." Yin Di aside, Yuan Zhengfeng had already successfully returned to the 8 Extremities world as well. Master and disciple were both domineering figures in the lower worlds, sweeping through all their enemies as they were able to contend against many alone. In the end, the two of them had joined forces and nearly wiped out all the Grand Xian dynasty experts who had descended this time in a lower world. This time, however, King Xuanmu had been rather careless, having acted hastily as he had not been able to predict his enemies. With King Xuanmu having perished and the King Xian spear having been lost, the Grand Xian dynasty could be said to have suffered heavy losses this time. Still, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The Grand Xian dynasty still had peak experts like the 4 Lord Protectors. And having come to the Virtuous Spirit region's Sun Moon Peak this time, the main force had been Kong Ping and the others. King Xuanmu aside, the other peak experts of the Grand Xian dynasty had not come as they were still sitting over the Royal Reed Sea. When they received news of King Xuanmu's death in battle, a storm would definitely ensue. The Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners here have basically all been slain by us. Shun Zhiliang and Yin Di will not speak out of turn. It will still be some time before the news here reaches the ears of the others of the Grand Xian dynasty. Yin Zhaoge said, "Also, with King Xuanmu's death, the throne of the Grand Xian dynasty has been vacated. There will probably be many who wish to sit on it. This way, if some wrangling occurred, Yin Zhaoge and the others would have much more time to spare." Yin Di said, "This is a possibility. Still, we cannot pin our hopes on internal strife among our opponents." "That's right. Still, this is a gap of time that we can make use of." Yin Zhaoge looked at the wound of the sky before swiveling his head and gazing into the distance, his gaze traversing the vast ocean as it fell on the old site of the Sun Moon Peak, which had already been destroyed. The Floating Gate World's Heavy Sun sect has stabilized their footing in the world beyond worlds and re-established their headquarters. Our Broad Creed Mountain can similarly do so. Yin Zhaoge suddenly laughed. Still, if we are to re-establish our headquarters, we might have to temporarily choose this place, occupying the former home of the Radiant Light sect. Yin Di smiled as well. The existence of this wound of the sky has its pros and cons, Yin Zhaoge said. Having dealt with all the enemies that pose a threat to us, we will naturally have nothing to worry about. Yin Di said, just in case, Master will have to temporarily remain in the Eight Extremities world for a period of time. Actually, Master is already just lacking that final window paper that he has yet to break through. He looked at Yin Zhaoge. Before I came up here this time, Master specifically instructed me to impart to you the life creation heavenly scripture that he had obtained. Chapter 768. Saying thus, Yin Di retrieved a jade talisman with a flip of his hand, handing it over to Yin Zhaoge. Receiving the jade talisman, after carefully appraising it for a moment, Yin Zhaoge let out a light sound of surprise. It's an ancient artifact. This means that, yes, this is the original talisman that Master obtained in the Floating Gate world that day. It was not something that he himself had created afterwards. Understanding what Yin Zhaoge found strange, Yin Di explained. This jade talisman was the one that Yuan Zhengfeng had obtained in the Jambu world by chance. He did not know who had left it behind. This item was the most original item. The life creation heavenly book was also preserved in its original form. Yuan Zhengfeng's personal understanding was not added. Yuan Zhengfeng was still the same as he was when he obtained it. However, this kind of thing, if it was studied by different martial artists, because everyone's true essence and martial intent were different, it would inevitably cause the traces to become fainter and fainter until they disappeared. From a certain perspective, there's a limit to the number of times a jade talisman could be comprehended by different people. If Yuan Zhengfeng wanted to leave this life creation heavenly scripture in Broad Creed Mountain, he would craft his own jade talisman. However, in this way, the meaning of the heavenly book in the jade talisman would inevitably be integrated with Yuan Zhengfeng's personal interpretation. Now, however, he had specifically asked Yin Di to bring this jade talisman to the world beyond worlds and hand it over to him. On one hand, it was love, and on the other hand, it was expectation. Warmth surfaced within Yin Zhaoge's heart as he looked at Yin Di. What about you? Yin Di said, just like you, I also use this original jade talisman. Apart from that, there is also second apprentice brother. Therefore, the number of times this jade talisman can be used is already extremely few. Master specifically left it for you. Senior apprentice uncle He and senior apprentice uncle Zhang also used the jade talisman that Master personally produced. Yin Zhaoge laughed. Second apprentice uncle should be fine now. A smile appeared on Yin Di's face as well. That's right, he is already fine. Knowing that the supreme martial art that Yuan Zhengfeng had obtained was the life creation heavenly scripture, Yin Zhaoge knew that Feng Zhuan would be fine. When he had left the Eight Extremities world earlier, Feng Zhuan had still yet to awaken. Still, his life was no longer in danger. However, his injuries back then were too severe, even more severe than Yuan Zhengfeng's old injuries in the past. Even with the heaven-reversing divine pill, it was hard to say whether he would be able to make a complete recovery. It was already a blessing that he was able to recover his health without his cultivation regressing. However, it was very likely that he would end up like Yuan Zhengfeng back then, having his path of advancement severed. Yin Zhaoge had once wanted to head to the floating life world and ask Su Yun about the life creation heavenly scripture that his mother Xue Chuqing had imparted to him. However, what Su Yun had learned were just some of the heavenly scriptures that Xue Chuqing had casually taught her when she was by her side. It was not complete. Xiao AI's situation was similar. While it had created Su Yun and Xiao AI, it was not suitable for Feng Zhuan's situation. Yin Zhaoge could only give up on it. Now that Yuan Zhengfeng had obtained the complete life creation heavenly scripture, all of his problems would naturally be easily resolved as Yin Zhaoge could finally rest easy. As Yin Zhaoge infused his true essence, the jade talisman instantly flickered with a lustrous radiance. Then, Numerous profound runes appeared within Yin Zhaoga's mind, expounding on the profundities of the changes of creation and the endless cycle of life. While Yin Zhaoga's expression did not change this time, he inwardly exclaimed, "Why does this life creation heavenly scripture feel like the most orthodox primordial direct lineage?" The so-called most orthodox primordial direct lineage was the records of the founder of the Jade Clear lineage, the Lord of Primordial Beginning, personally speaking about the Tao. While they all originated from the same source, such heavenly scriptures did not incorporate the interpretations of later generations, as they were the closest to the Lord of Primordial Beginning's own interpretation of the Great Tao. As for how one cultivated and comprehended it, it would still be up to the later generations, as their attainments might not necessarily be stronger than theirs. Still, such heavenly scriptures were indisputably the purest, as they pointed straight to the very source. The few primordial heavenly scriptures that Yin Zhaoga possessed were all like this, as their origins were already hard to verify. As for the life creation heavenly scripture that Xue Chuqing cultivated in, and the Aeon Light heavenly scripture that Kong Ping and the others cultivated in, they had all been unceasingly analyzed and comprehended by other predecessors. Yin Zhaoga cultivated in the peerless heavenly scripture of the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures. He would definitely not be wrong in this regard. Personally, he would naturally prefer supreme martial arts like this. Still, Yin Zhaoga felt rather hesitant at this moment. The person who left behind this legacy within this jade talisman was someone who had personally listened to the Lord of Primordial Beginning speech. The strange feeling he had felt when he had heard that Yuan Zhengfeng had obtained the life creation heavenly scripture and the heart's will thunder incantation surfaced within Yin Zhaoga's mind once more. This time, he felt that his thoughts were clearer as the fog before his eyes had thinned somewhat. It was just that the doubts within his heart had instead increased. As he pondered, Xiao AI came over and tugged on Yin Zhaoga's sleeve. As Yin Zhaoga turned, he heard Xiao AI chattering incessantly. Young master, son-in-law is so cool. He's a different type from you, but he's both so awesome." Seeing her wide-eyed appearance, Yin Zhaoga could not help but smile. "Haven't you seen an image of my father before?" Xiao AI said matter-of-factly. "How can an image of light be compared to the real person? How can it display even a fraction of son-in-law's flair?" She suddenly drooped her head. "Sadly, he's the same as you, young master, no longer single. I can only give him an A-grade evaluation, not above A." Yin Zhaoga felt exasperated whilst also amused. "That is why I said that this evaluation of yours is very unreasonable. Besides, my father is already taken. That's my mother." Xiao AI blinked. No wonder lady has always been thinking about son-in-law. Xiao AI finally understand it today. Lady is naturally extremely good. Still, Xiao AI still feels that it would be perfect if son-in-law did not have a companion. Having just returned from burying King Xuanmu, Ahu could not help but stare wide-eyed as he heard these words. Wouldn't there be no young master then? Hearing his words, Feng Yunsheng burst out laughing. Yin Zhaoga directly rolled his eyes. Xiao AI was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as she looked first at Yin Di and then at Yin Zhaoga. Her little face scrunched up as she was conflicted to the extreme. Yin Di shook his head, smiling as he waved toward Xiao AI. "Is it convenient for you to tell me about the time when you were by Chuqing's side?" Xiao AI hurriedly said, "Ask away, son-in-law." Yin Zhaoga said solemnly, "Father, this matter cannot be delayed. I will be heading over to the clear scenic region now." Yin Di nodded. "Be careful." Xiao AI stayed behind to chat with Yin Di, while Yin Zhaoga entered the Myriad Dragon Palace with Feng Yunsheng and Ahu. His Northern Ocean clone's true essence surged, manifesting the silhouette of a Kunpeng which swept along the Myriad Dragon Palace and soared high into the air, instantly leaving far away. Swiftly traversing the Spirit Inheritance region, it was the Desert Mountain region. Half of this had originally been the territory of the Radiant Light sect. Still, the other half was bordered by the clear scenic region. When the endless magnetic storms were rather intense, at their peak, this half of the desert mountain region that was close to the clear scenic region would be swept along by the storms as well. While the winds were rather calm now, the distant horizon was already completely dark. As Yin Zhaoge proceeded, the clear scenic region was already within sight as the terrifying endless magnetic storms also appeared before him once more. To be continued. Chapter 769. The hurricane swept along the seawater as it shot into the horizon, resembling numerous water dragons rising from the sea. The water dragons were surrounded by rings of electricity that flickered rampantly. Such might of the heavens and the earth was still shocking. Still, as Yin Zhaoge saw it, the storm was far from as intense as it had been the last time he had been here. Observing carefully, radiance could vaguely be seen emanating from the depths of the storm. Standing beside Yin Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng and Ahu both knit their brows as they saw this. Is this because Kong Ping, Luo Ziyuan, and the others have entered? Yin Zhaoge nodded. That's right. They have entered the depths of the clear scenic region, resisting the endless magnetic storms with their cultivation bases. The two sides are in a stalemate, restraining each other. To put it another way, the endless magnetic storms are suppressing the strength of Kong Ping and the others, who in turn are causing the storms to be less intense. It is precisely because of this that we can enter this region of sea as well. Otherwise, we will end up like Golden Court Mountains when Luoxia previously. As Yin Zhaoge spoke, he led Feng Yunsheng and the others into the Myriad Dragon Palace once more. The Myriad Dragon Palace transformed into a tiny speck of light, vanishing within the Northern Ocean Clone's palm. The Northern Ocean Clone's gaze flickered, golden light suddenly surging on his body. A golden armor enveloped the body of Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean Clone. It was the mid-grade sacred artifact of that golden-armored martial practitioner, Yao Hai, who had been the guardian of the King Xian Spear for King Xuanmu earlier, the precipitous golden armor. The armor's defenses had previously been torn apart by the Northern Ocean Clone as it had been damaged somewhat. Still, after some simple repairs, Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean Clone could now use it again. The spirituality and autonomy of the high-grade sacred artifact, the King Xian Spear, was far from being a treasure that could be refined and used within a short period of time. They would already have to thank the heavens and the earth if it did not rebel. After slowly subduing the King Xian Spear in the future, it would be very easy for Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean Clone to refine the mid-grade sacred artifact, the precipitous golden armor, and the cloud commanding spear. Meanwhile, these two mid-grade sacred artifacts were also suitable for their use now. Having already attained the seeing divinity stage, the Northern Ocean Clone could sufficiently exert the might of a mid-grade sacred artifact. The Northern Ocean Clone, who had transformed into the silhouette of a Kunpeng, shot headfirst into the sea of the endless magnetic storms of the clear scenic region. The Northern Ocean Clone that had transformed into the silhouette of a Kunpeng plunged headlong into the sea of the clear scenic region, where endless magnetic storms rampaged. Just having entered, Yin Zhaoge could clearly feel a powerful pressure surging towards the Northern Ocean Clone. Still, while the electromagnetism unceasingly attacked the Northern Ocean Clone, it did not entangle him. Yin Zhaoge let out a sigh of relief, his final worries no longer existing. If the Northern Ocean Clone was also suppressed by the endless magnetic storms after entering, he would actually be in a similar situation as Kong Ping and the others, having to bear the brunt of the pressure of the endless magnetic storms as well. From the looks of it, the existence of Kong Ping, Gu Hong, Luo Ziyuan, and the others just happened to form a rather fragile balance in the fight against the endless magnetic storms. As a result, Yin Zhaoge instead benefited from this. A good start, half done, Yin Zhaoge nodded to himself. The Northern Ocean Clone traversed the storm before diving towards the depths of the sea. The situation under the sea was not as comfortable as it was on the surface. There were also countless whirlpools spinning within the seawater, and there were even terrifying magnetic lightning energies rampaging within them. Terrifying purplish electric snakes shuttled back and forth in the water, looking even more ferocious and violent than outside. The Northern Ocean Clone opened a path with his spear, his armor protecting him as he barely withstood the immense pressure as he dove downwards. In the process of diving, he held a spear in one hand and a small black incense burner in the other. It was the earth-devouring burner. While wanting to make use of the endless magnetic storms of the clear scenic region to reap the benefits of the conflict between the Grand Qian dynasty and the Radiant Light sect was a good idea, it would not be of any use at all if it was just empty talk. Yin Zhaoge naturally had some plans in mind for having dared to enter. Of course, it was still unknown whether everything would go as he wished. After all, Yin Zhaoge's understanding of the clear scenic region was actually limited. Whether they could succeed or not depended on improvisation. But the opportunity was fleeting, and he had to work hard to grasp it. It was undeniable that Kong Ping and the others had high cultivation bases and many experts. It was not the right time to fight them head-on. Now that there was a chance to fish in troubled waters, Yin Zhaoge was naturally happy to make use of it. At the end of the day, there were only two ways to defeat an enemy. One was to improve oneself, and the other was to weaken the opponent. As his mind communicated with the earth-devouring burner, Yin Zhaoge could vaguely feel that there seemed to be some sort of clue guiding him in the right direction. After the Northern Ocean clone had attained the Seeing Divinity Martial Saint realm, Yin Zhaoge had discovered that communicating with the earth-devouring burner through the Northern Ocean clone had clearly become much more convenient. The earth-devouring burner was no longer as lifeless as it had been before. Instead, it seemed as though it had awakened from a deep slumber, able to respond to Yin Zhaoge even more. Amidst the vortexes of the endless magnetic storms, Yin Zhaoge could even feel the earth-devouring burner devouring the surrounding electromagnetic force somewhat on its own accord, providing assistance and protection for itself. For the Northern Ocean clone to be able to traverse the endless magnetic storms with relative ease, the earth-devouring burner was undoubtedly a great help as well. While the territory of the clear scenic region was vast, it could not be considered very big for Yin Zhaoge, who had already attained the Martial Saint realm. For the Northern Ocean clone, he would be able to traverse it in an instant. There is no need to mention Kong Ping, Gu Hong, and the others. However, under the interference of the magnetic storm, everyone had to break through the storm bit by bit before they could continue forward. The originally small place now seemed very vast. Also, the deeper they went, the fiercer the endless magnetic storms became. After traversing at the bottom of the sea for a period of time, Yin Zhaoge could still feel violent power fluctuations emanating over despite the interference of the magnetic storms. Clearly, Kong Ping, Gu Hong, Luo Ziyuan, and the others were in the vicinity. Also, they had been caught up to by Kong Ping's group and were currently clashing with each other. If the anti-Shin coalition could completely shake off Kong Ping's group, leaving the interference of the endless magnetic storms a step ahead of them, the storms would become their natural barrier, helping them block their pursuers. Even if it was only for a short moment, with the speed of Gu Hong, Luo Ziyuan, and the others, it would be sufficient for them to leave speedily, as Kong Ping and the others would not be able to catch up to them. After pondering for a moment, Yin Zhaoge did not enter the fray, as he instead dived deeper into the depths of the sea. Guided by the earth-devouring burner, Yin Zhaoge could already feel that he was getting closer and closer to that dilapidated palace that he had seen within the earth-devouring burner earlier. Still, along the way, Yin Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted slightly. The Northern Ocean clone retracted his aura, concealing the earth-devouring burner as he halted where he was, only stabilizing himself as he released his true essence, reducing his defenses to the minimum. From another direction, a tyrannical aura suddenly emanated over. Blazing fire illuminated the deep sea. Even with thunderbolts and storms rampaging all around them, this fiery light did not seem dim or weak at all. Gazing over, Yin Zhaoge saw a fiery phoenix suddenly appear within the great sea. The surroundings of the phoenix were enveloped by streams of yellow smoke, emanating a vigorous, heavy feeling. To be continued.